It is that time. Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Mercury 1 stream. How is everyone doing this fine Mother's Day? I hope everyone is having a good or had a good Mother's Day. So, how is everyone doing? Hey, Zombie, happy birthday on Friday. That was Friday, right? Hey, Stuart. Hey, Tohos. Hey, Tuxedo and Colin and Alex. Hey, TJ and Bill and PF Dennis. How is everyone doing? Hey, Mr. V8 Rick. Hey, Arthur. What do we got? Tuxedo. Hey, Tina. Thanks for your help, you and Doc. Lucas. What, Thunder Keys. And Jose. How is everyone doing? Hey, Nabiki. Midlife Chaos. And hey, Dutch Dude. ZeroG Design. How is everyone doing? Hey, GJ. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hey, Steve and Derek. Hey, Danny. On mobile, driving to Arizona, just listening. Awesome. We are going to be able to make some big progress on this build today. What we got? We got someone say Sanity. Hey, Sanity. Hey, Michael and Phil and Malfrey. What do we got? Thanks for your help to get the bootloader. Oh yeah, that was not too hard to do, which was good. Hey, Powell. What do we got? Hey, Scott. And me too. Hey, Pushing Plastic and PXN, Stefan, Peaceful Discord and Chris and DJ Natty. Okay. So Charlie is parking here apparently. He's, oh, no, now he's moving. Let's see what he does. Jarrett, thanks for being a member. Hey, Plastic Pals. Hey, Makersource. How are you? Hey, Neriq. Scott is here, we can start. Is Turtle here? Scott, Turtle, Dutch. We got two of the three. Hey, little brat. Wondering if you should move the AB motor wires to the sides or inside of the extrusion so they're clear when you get the enclosure. Well, I don't know, but I can change them when I get the enclosure. I like how they're set up right now, though. What are you wanting to do, Charlie? What are you doing? Okay. I haven't watched Sam's Death Racer update. Looks really amazing. I saw a thumbnail, but I haven't actually looked beyond that. Okay, we're gonna do this for a minute. Hey, Fusion Lit. Hey, Rushmere. Rushmere, you streamed for me really early. Is that right? Because I saw a couple hours ago. It was like 5 hours ago, right? Hey, Gary. Hey, Mr. Jada D. Let's get Charlie his pets in. Yep, and then we can set him down. So what do we got going on? What did I have been prepping a few things. Hey, Martin from Germany. Hey, Renee. I had to cut down the lead screws because they came a little long, so I cut them down to 370 millimeters long. Hey, Ajax. Hey, Latian. Hey, James. And Skyrim. And Brian. What else did I prep? I printed a couple of parts. I actually designed a couple of parts. We'll talk about those though. Oh, you start at 1 p.m. UK time? Hey, DK. Hey, Nelson. And One Who Schemes, thanks for being a member. It looks like Charlie is going to, let's go here so you can jump down there. Then you can jump wherever you want from there. Are those lead screws Teflon coated? They are. These were provided by Fabrico. They are 2 millimeter lead screws. I was thinking about this. So these lead screws end up being an interesting configuration thing for folks, especially new to the hobby, because they look very similar. They're 8 millimeters in diameter, but there are different variations on them, right? So how do you tell easily whether a lead screw is 2 millimeter? So for these 8 millimeter lead screws, they are rated in different values, different distances that it will advance the lead screw nut for every full turn of the lead screw. So this lead screw happens to be a 2 millimeter lead screw. So for every full rotation, it moves the lead screw nut 2 millimeters. Let me grab this. The one that comes with the Ender 5 is I believe it should be an 8 millimeter lead screw. But to do that, they have to have multiple threads running in parallel to do that. And I was thinking about how could you illustrate that? And I had the idea of, if we take let's just say a bright colored wire, there we go, a white wire here. And if I take this, and I'm not sure how well this is showing up, but if I take this and just kind of move it, thread it along the lead screw, you see that, I mean, it's every thread, they're right next to each other. However, if you do that on, say, this one, it's every other. So this must be a 4. I'm just thinking of a way to illustrate how can you tell which style of lead screw you have. The number of starts. You can look on the end. So, but it's not always easy to tell if you look at the end of the lead screw. I was just thinking of different ways, because this came up on my Discord, a question on how to configure rotation distance. And how do you tell just by looking at a lead screw which value it is? So this is a 2 start. So this is a 4 millimeter lead. Maybe I'll try a bit later, but I don't want to miss your stream. Hey, Kyle. Ender 5s use a 2 start, 4 stock, yep. So I was just thinking, wrapping a wire that fits in there helps to visualize it at least. So that's true. This is, if we, maybe I can get a better view here. If we just ran this along the threads, my wire is a little thick for this, but you see that's every other thread, which means the distance between 2 of these wires is going to be 4 millimeters. So, hey, Wind Farms. Oh, and I missed something. Derek, thank you for gifting memberships. That's what they mean by start. So 8x4 is 2 starts and 8x2 is 4 starts. No, 8x2 is 1 start. So it means that for every rotation of this lead screw nut, it's moving 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters along the lead screw. So this is a single start. There's 1 coil of threads going along this, which means there's 2 millimeters in between each one. In order to get it to advance to 4 millimeters per rotation, you run 2 different coils, 2 different threads in parallel. Now that increases the angle of them, so you can also tell if you look at these side by side, if it'll focus, if I can get it to focus, you'll see the angle of the threads is different. And then there is a 4 start, which I don't have a quick example of here, but the 4 start is even more pronounced. Yeah, so Obi-Wan, 8x4 is 2 starts, you're right. 8 millimeters in diameter, 4 millimeter advance per rotation, 4 millimeter lead. And that means that there are 2 threads running in parallel, which is 2 starts. Hey, Sean. My wife has invaded your Discord and has vowed to leave a Charlie emoji on every single pet picture. I saw that. Welcome, Sean's wife. Speaking of, let's get this set up since Charlie is obliging. There we go. 4 starts is 8mm lead. Yep. There is a little graphic that I had posted on my Discord. Let me find it real quick. This is I think this is good information. This is interesting. Let me pull this up. Grab my keyboard. And let's go over here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so if you look here, this is kind of an animated graphic. Single start will advance. It shows how it advances, and they color code the different threads here. So which is a better lead, 1, 2, or 4 starts? It depends on your purpose, Kyle. The lower the lead, so a 2mm lead is going to resist weight if you're using it in like this configuration. For the fasteners fund. What, am I missing fasteners? The Discord invite link in the description is dead? Really? Let me see if I can fix that. Invite people. I told this to be never expire. Generate a new link. Copy. Okay. Well, here is the new Discord invite link. Now we have a Steve who's plucking his Discord directly every 5 sentences. There's the new link. Double T, thank you. I am behind. So anyway, ball screws or lead screws, which one is better? The ball screws tend to be more expensive and more finicky to set up. They are going to be should be more accurate because you have actual ball bearings in there. There shouldn't be as much any backlash or play. Hey, Arvid. Okay, so since I put that into chat, let me edit the stream description real quick, and then we'll get back to... There we go. Okay. Tell they scrape my online conversation and feed it to ChatGPT. Morden, I don't have any experience with the Hero Me stuff. So I don't know what, I know of it, but I don't know anything about it. So, okay, back to, has any test done with ball screws on a Trident during dev? No, we did not investigate ball screws on Trident because we didn't need them to meet the goals, and adding the cost to the bomb wasn't worth it. So, hey David M. Hey Tom. What do you think? Okay, Oldham couplers. Oldham couplers can be useful for when you need to control or manage a lead screw or a ball screw. They don't seem to be as much of a benefit on Trident, we think, because of the rigid frame on the Trident. Eclipse, thanks for gifted memberships. Is there any Voron mod with ball screws? I'm sure someone's done a mod for ball screws. Okay, where are we at? Now that we're done there, we are going to continue wiring, and we are going to install the Hydra stuff. So let's look at Hydra minus the bed, I think. I think we'll get back to some physical parts installs, and then we'll get into wiring. Have you seen tap changer or tool changer for the V2? I have. I haven't looked at a ton of it. I've been so busy with, I finished my my CNC table, so that's finally done. So I'm now on to straightening up that garage. So, hey Takuya. Hey Steven. Hey Steven, you feeling better? You continuing to feel better? I hope so. That raises a question. When Voron is designing a printer like Trident, do you design it with a set budget in mind? Yes. So the criteria for Trident was trying to stay as close to cost neutral from a Voron 1.8, the prior version build, and then the upgrade path. So trying to minimize the increase in cost as much as possible. I think at the time we were within, I don't remember what the numbers were, but it was less than $50 change in price. Have you looked into the Recore A7 controller board? They run full Linux, so you need a Pi. Kind of interesting approach. So no need for a Pi. I have a Recore. I have not gotten to checking it out and showing it on stream yet, though. Next week I get to return to work, or not, depending on the doctor. Worldwide parts availability, yep. Hey Pedro from London. Hey Gerard. Stopping by to say hello before I go to the parts store. I need to pick up a speed suit for the rear axle for my riding motor, then fix the motor. Okay, have fun, Turtle. Pop in if you can. Any plans for Trident upgrades? At the moment, no. Okay, where am I? I've got parts. So we have linear rails for Hydra. I have a large 3mm aluminum plate. You guys think this would be an acceptable reference surface to build a V0 frame on? A 3mm plate I would not think is acceptable. Aluminum at 3mm is far too easy to bend. Info for people in the UK: if you want a cheap disc sander to square up extrusions like has told us, then Liddy had a bench mounted one. Awesome. I just pressed the release button for Fluid 1.24. Anyone upgrading, please report any issues. Oh, okay. Thanks, Pedro. Looks like you have your work cut out for you. cut out. Okay, so last stream I noted I was going to use these Creality steppers for my Z. This one has a rough spot in it, so I'm going to ditch that plan, and I'm going to use some LDO steppers that I had on hand. So we're going to swap those out, and we're going to put the rails on, and that. A belted Trident. I am printing my first roll of ASA for the new controller box for my Soval. I'm slamming M5P into. Fun. ASA's, I like it, ASA. It's working. I mean, I use it interchangeably with ABS, but more and more of my stuff is turning out to be ASA lately. Charlie is doing well. He's sort of sleeping, kind of an upright position there. He's a little posed. Hey Daniel. It seems to print smoother. I can't say that I've noticed that kind of a difference on it. I got issues with crimper. I have the SB2240 CAN bus connectors. Would you recommend the PA09 crimper? No, I recommend the iWis. I can definitely say my recommendation for an inexpensive manual crimper are the iWis 2820s, or iCrimp, however they're branded now. Hey Malfrey, thanks for being a member. I think it's better than ABS due to UV resistance and less smell. Well, the less smell is going to be very manufacturer dependent. So I'm printing with some of the Fadis glass fiber ASA. That is the stinkiest stuff I've ever printed with. So the less smell is probably going to be very manufacturer dependent. Hey BBs. And Doom Crew, thanks for being a member. I am an iWis person at this point. I'm not a fan of the PA09s I've received. Now I've heard reports that they may have just simply be deteriorating in quality over time. So if you have an older set, then they may be better. Yeah, so this one has a weird spot in it. So I'm just gonna swap them all out. I crimp, you crimp, we all crimp. Oh, and I've got this still set for when Charlie was on here. So let's go like that. How do I go about getting the Charlie's Angels roll on Discord? There's a pinned post, I think in the general chat, that has a link to an article from Discord on how to link your YouTube account to Discord. There's a pinned post in there on how to do that. And that'll automatically assign you the role. Okay, we have rails, and these are all pre-greased, so we should be able to Hey, Christian. Okay, but they grease them through a hole here in the rail, which is I'm not a fan of. I'm really not. I don't know why, especially on these, if they've got the grease port, why not use the grease port? I brought in some paper towels. Where did I put those? There we go. And give me a minute. I need to send a text. I need to send a quick text. Okay, I need to remind my wife to grab something at the store if she's still there. Hey, Golden Jaguar. Okay. So I ran out of little cotton swabs, which I would usually use to clear out that hole there. Now I've got to do it. Here, so I just texted her because I just realized, just remembered. Text her and see if she can grab some. I grease through the rail for speed, faster for production line. I don't know. Sure. I don't like it. Doesn't mean I gotta like it. Using the port is much slower. Okay, cleaned up. I'm having a hard time getting my V0.2 frame square. Do you have any tips other than a flat surface? Yeah, the flat surfaces, and check the ends for make sure the mating ends are square. Actually crimp more with my PO9s than with the micro JSTs, and I use my iOS for the 2.54 JSTs. What are some features that are ZeroG compared to other DIY printers? That's a good question. Dutch dude, Scott, what would you guys say? It's just another take on a CoreXY DIY printer. Okay, 2 down. one to go. Hey, projects in Dad's garage. Cooler looking Z. It is cool looking. I don't know if it's cooler looking, but it's cool looking. If you have an older Ender 5 Pro Plus, it's a nice, not super expensive upgrade. That's a huge draw for it, is if you already have one, for sure. If you don't have one, it's still a fun build. The grills on the skirts are drawing in. Yeah, it looks good. I like the design. Okay, those gone. Print's better than a Trident for PLA. That's, I mean, on a Trident, you should just be able to open up the doors and do just fine. It's like a decent rail. Yeah, the rails are fine. These are Honey Badger rails. Now these are pretty much the exact length here. So I'm gonna have to take, I think I'm gonna have to take the, well, let's see. Oh, I might be able to slide them in here. There we go. Okay. I thought I might have had to take the motor mounts off to get those in, but it looks like I'll be able to get them on. Hey, Mr. Rogers. Doing first startup on Trident. Awesome. Hey, Poity, welcome. Okay, these are good to go. So let's grab these and some T-nuts. Start putting these in. Maybe there? Okay. Wedge fitting is always fun, yeah. I would go rather for a Trident than building an Ender 5 and then converting it. My totally biased opinion would agree with you. But I kind of gotta say that. Here we go. So how many holes are in these? Got 1, 2, here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably good. Go 4 to each side, that'll probably be enough. Are you gonna be at Murph? I am. I will be at Murph. It's free with option to donate. What are we talking about? Does one license cover all installs, or do you have to pay for each printer? And one more. Eyeball where these go. That goes there, there, and there. Oops. Okay. This is hard to line up. Are there any good, highly detailed written guides for installing Clipper? Quite a few out there, but depending on specific, your specific setup, you may find some detailed guides. But the docs.clipper.org, clipper3d.org is my starting point always. Jeff, thanks for the gift and memberships. But I would build the Trident with the Belted Z mod. I don't think Belted Z is needed. I am very much on Trident, at least, the lead screws are not a problem. Okay. Well, let's see how well I line those up. So that goes in there. And now I need a bunch of, I don't have nearly enough stainless socket head screws for this, I don't think. Oh, maybe I do. Okay, maybe I do. Octoprint everywhere. Oh, okay. Derek, thank you. Breaking news, Prusa Slicer 2.6.0 Beta 1 was released. Awesome. With a good frame, go with lead screw. Belted Z is a pain because you need to gear reduce it. I think Belted Z is probably a fun project, but I don't want to give the impression that that Trident doesn't work well without Belted Z, because it does work just fine. Okay. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Getting all caught up on memberships. This month's, the intent for this month's member stream will be a Nerf inspired, Nerf compatible blaster. A viewer sent me the parts to build one. So that's what the intent is to do. Where I can't actually see. There we go. Get these finish lined up. There we go. The 3 lead screw motors are about $150 versus $30 for 3.9 motors. But you're not. What about the lead screws themselves and the couplers and or the belts and the gear reduction? Okay, I need, oh shoot. I don't have printed, hey, Dutch Dude or Turtle or Scott, is there a printed guide for, is there a tool that I should have printed? Because I completely spaced on this. I can do this one. And this will work, but was there a guide I should have printed to hold these? Fun thing with lead screw integrated motors is that the Voron specific sizes are expensive, but you can get longer ones, have it trimmed, or get a motor plus a screw plus a coupler. I need to make that part still. At this point, we just do the measuring. Okay, so what I did is I took some of these that I had printed and I just snipped off one leg. So I'm gonna use those. And I'm going to grab my little clamps here, maybe, if I can get them to work, maybe not. I got bigger clamps. I'm gonna grab my clamps here just to hold them to the side. Can you guys see that, what I'm doing? Just got little spring clamps here. And I'm gonna use these to hold that all in line. So that should work pretty darn well. Start in the center and work our way out. So I didn't miss something, that's good. But just clipping one leg off of an existing set works. I did that for, I don't remember what I did that for. I don't remember. There are guides for the rat rig extrusions of this type on printables. Okay. What's your take on couplers for the Z-steppers on Trident if I use a ball bearing hack on them? If you have quality stuff and you take the time to get things lined up and going, you'll probably be fine. Let's try. Yeah, this isn't great no matter what. Never mind me and Mr. Jody, your thumb looks similar to another regular of the stream. Found it funny. Oh. Thumbnail, not thumb. Here, R3D. Very similar to John Stern's one. Oh. Bump. Okay. Okay. Fourth time's a charm. There we go. Yep. Okay, so what did I do there? Let's make the honey badgers label viewable on the side. That's what I'm gonna do for getting things lined up. And then one goes there, 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 and there. Let's try that. Oh, that will go right on down there. Is it me or is the DIN rail for the main board a bit out of alignment? It is a bit out of alignment because I never actually lined that up in the previous streams. Thanks for the reminder. I need to do that. It's not perpendicular. It's completely off. I lined up the back, the rear one, but I never lined that one up. That was not lined up at all. Where is that one? There it is. Nope. Where are you? There you are. For car people, Trident kit serial tag from LDO, last digits 454. 234. There's one. And last one. Okay, and move this up to about the same. This side. These guys on here. And my little clamps just to hold them consistent. I'm regretting having sold my Ender 5 Pro now. You should. Okay. And center out. Now I'm switching, for final tightening, I'm switching to a non-ball end driver, especially with these stainless steel fasteners. I don't want to accidentally strip one. I'm putting a couple of ugga-duggas on it, but not a ton. Will you post all the STLs used in this finished build? Yeah, I need to make a new little section on my GitHub for non-Voron mods. What length are the rails? I think, what are these, 400 millimeters? Are these 400? Dutch dude? Hey, Lars. Okay, so 400 on Pro, 500 on Plus. Okay, yep. So those are good, and one more for the rear. And I already have the T-nuts in there, so did I put enough in there? And it also looks like I won't be putting the bottom one in. I don't think I'll be able to get to it. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start there. There and there. 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 And one more at the top. Have you ever used a torque meter in any of your builds? No, not at all. Bear Prusa manual actually indicates the use of one. I wonder if Vorons could benefit from more explicit recommendations. Maybe, but no, I haven't. There we go. There we go. Seriously considering doing this to my Ender 5 Plus. I have all the parts already. Might as well. Might as well. You know if Federico has any updates on shipping Merc-1 ZeroG kits? Still says mid-May. I don't have any updates on his stock of stuff. Love the blue and yellow. Thank you. Hey, TT. Let's see. Whoa. Strongly recommend going straight to mini stealth burner on what? Okay, now I can use my regular alignment tools. Things should be good there. Derek's building a V0.1. It's in the V0.2 STLs. Oh. What are we talking about? Okay, rails are on. Go. I wanted to do a 180 millimeter build, but not a micron, as I already have a 2.4 and want more of a Trident type build. Well, you can do a 160 solid fork, or you can customize the setup to get a 180 out of it. ZeroG, thank you. Can you explain the difference between UART and SPI drivers for 3D printers, 2240 versus 2209? I don't know the exact reason why they are different, but it's the communication interface. I don't know why you would use one over the other. And I don't know why, say your example 2240s or 50 or the 58, what are the other ones? The 2508s or whatever they are. What's the big stepper drivers? I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why they're different. I don't know why they use a different communication interface. Hey, Daniel. I'm trying to persuade Derek to go mini stealth burner on his 0.1. I highly recommend going mini stealth burner over mini afterburner. All other alternatives out there, I can't really comment on because I haven't used any. But if the choice is between mini afterburner and mini stealth burner is way easier to assemble. Huge improvement. 5160, thank you. Does someone in chat know? Do you know the exterior footprint of the Tridex off the top of your head by chance? My Tridex is the same as a 350 Voron wide and 250 deep. Okay. So those are on. Now, are we good to prep these arms? I think we can start prepping all of these parts, which is lots of heat set inserts. Lots of heat set inserts. Where do I find the Discord? I finally joined Discord. The link, the updated link is in the description. You may have to reload. And that's the updated link also. It was still in my clipboard, so. Heat set simulator. Think about using Polymaker ASA Galaxy Dark Gray on Galaxy Red on my Mercury build. Awesome. That would look good. People say SPI is more efficient protocol. I cannot confirm this. For our application, is there any practical difference? Or is it probably a matter of ease of implementation per driver setup? The nuts and head destroyed the joy of the build, to be honest. On what? On your V0.1? SPI is significantly faster than UART. SPI uses synchronous communication, where UART uses asynchronous communication, is 3 to 5 times slower. But does that matter, is a question I have. YouTube says I'm live, but the Discord link was shown before Steve had the keyboard on hand. Time for a refresh. Yeah, I've noticed that on some streams I've watched too. Yeah, Mini Afterburner, V0.1 Mini Afterburner, it is hugely improved to Mini Stealth Burner. Kellogg's Kid, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, heat set time. For us, no practical difference, yeah. I would guess that it's probably it's probably easier for some reason to implement. Otherwise, they would have all done UART. Why would Big Tree Tech choose to use SPI for 5160s and UART for 2209s? There must be something that makes it even insignificantly easier to do one or the other on those. Because I think SPI and UART are supported on the 2209, is that right? Okay, heat sets. This can probably go this way instead. How many parts can I print in PLA till I can replace them with ABS or ASA? On what? So there are lots, I think there's quite a few heat sets to put in these. Now I have, so Adam at Vector 3D reached out to me and sent me his nifty little heat set press. Although you folks know me, I like my little manual processes, but I thought it'd be cool to check out. I just haven't gotten to printing the parts for it yet. So one of the future builds, we'll be checking out his heat set press. SPI and UART are on the 2209. So then the real question is, why did they implement UART instead of SPI? It seems from a support point of view, you make your whole lineup consistent. So why not make them all SPI or all UART? There's got to be some reason why the 5160 is SPI and the 2209 is UART. Hey, Johnny boy. VLMP is awesome. That's very, what does that stand for? That's a little heat set press. What does it stand for? And Charlie wants out, so let's turn that off and let Charlie out. If I had to guess, it would be ease of use. UART is more simple to wire. Vertical linear motion press. There we go. Perfect. I'm in Steve's Discord. Post it there. You can post a link there. So there is a little chat area that's intended to be able to share things while I'm streaming. So, I love the idea of the heat set press. I've designed and built one myself. The awesome thing about it is the fact that you don't have to pick up and lay down the soldering iron. All of the heat sets. So in this one piece, what are there? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 heat sets in this one piece. There's definitely times when having the heat set in, well, it's always a good idea, but there's times when it's critical that the heat set is very perpendicular to the part. And I can see the little press being an advantage to ensure that you're getting everything nice and straight. If I recall, SPI requires 4 wires to work effectively versus UART, which requires 2. Okay. Is there something, hey 3D HP, does the 5160 only support SPI, or does the 5160 support UART as well? Would love to stick around, but just gotta go, gotta call, gotta fly. See ya, Scott. Only 12. But it looks like those arms are adaptable for different bed sizes based on the additional heat sets. These heat sets are for the rails. There's little rails that go on here. You'll see. We'll get to that today. 5160 can use both? Okay. So it's still, then that keeps the question out there. If I was a controller manufacturer, I think I would prefer all my stuff to be consistent. Why do SPI on 5160s and UART on 2209s? Oh, 5160 is SPI only. Okay, that would explain that then. Okay, 2 of 3 done. Last one. Hey, Thomas. So the new 2240 is also SPI only? I don't know. The 2208s were UART only, correct? And the 2130s, those were SPI only, right? Hey, Zebron. Oops. Four more. The 2240 step 6 BTT cells as UART, but they use SPI on the 2240, the EBB 2240. And one more. 2209, because 2209 is UART. Did you finish CAN? We have not gotten into any of the configuration on this yet. Okay. Let's go here. So we've got these all done. Should I install? I've got a box of Hydra kit. Let's see what's in here. How is printing the ASA glass fiber filament? Would a standard ASA profile work with it with a hardened nozzle? I think my profile was pretty basic. I think I used basically the same one, just with the extrusion multiplier adjusted. I am running it at a 260 on the hot end and 110 on the bed. I got a bunch of T-nuts. We have some spacers. Oh, a bunch of M3x8s, which would be handy. Cable chain, and then these little tiny rails. There are some instructions on the arms. Is it out there? If we go to the ZeroG site, is this where I want to go? Hey, Zarp. Hydra, maybe? And so this is the Hydra website. So let me grab this. This is where I'm at. So we're going to be printing tap and new gantry parts soon for my 2.4. Awesome. So let's go introduction. So this is building Hydra. Tools, do's and don'ts, screenshots, front view, back view, top view, next step. I did see the belted Voron at the Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. Yep. They want to send me a kit to build. I just don't know when I'd be able to do it. My schedule is packed for the next like 3 months at least. I got no shortage of projects. Bill of material. We've got parts. Lead screws needed. Need some, what is this, magnets? 12x5, are there magnets in here? I don't know what's in there. Those might be magnets. Yep, magnets. Okay. Next step. Oh, this is downloading the files. So there's a little configurator for what you're doing for bits and pieces. I hope I did this right. Hope I downloaded the right parts. And I probably need to grab that. I haven't printed that Wago mount. Hey, Kinja. Hey, Nuno. Okay, next step. Then the heated bed. And that's for the Plus and the Pro. Next step, and then we start putting together the arms. Okay, so left arm. Left arm assembly, we're gonna put in heat sets. Stand your left arm down on the top surface. Don't burn yourself. Got those heat sets and those, and then we put this on. Okay, so let's put a rail on. Have all the content coming in the next months. It's going to be fun. Hey, Tiago, from Portugal. Okay, so I want to be careful not to let these fall off of here. And these, of course, have the grease port. Would you mod an existing one or build a completely new one for the belt? I would. I do not have a printer that would be compatible with their current setup. I think they need to be a 350. They might be coming out with a 300. So it would have to be a whole new build if I was to do it. So I'm being careful not to let this rail fall off the end while I clean out the grease from there. And that should be good enough. Hey, John. There are a bunch of things between UArt. Hey, Ella. Don't forget the 3D heat sets for the Wago mount on the side. That's not in the docs yet. Oh, I did forget that. I did forget that. So let's get those. Let's get those in there, so I don't continue to forget. I need to print that mount as well. I need to print that mount. I didn't print. I don't think I printed the Wago mount. These are nice little parts. These arms, I think you did a good job modeling them. They look good. They print well. I like it. Okay, so if we start with the, what do we got here? Those go there. This is the left one. So this is gonna go on here. Now does this, yeah, good. There's little printed features on here that keep the rail from falling off, which I was wondering if that was there. So if this is sitting there, I can read Honey Badger from the front. That's what we're gonna call the orientation. Thanks for the hint and push, Colin. Thanks for the stream, Steve Builds. I'll catch up with the VOD later. Thanks, Derek. Thanks for being here. Now these do not, there's no specific, I think the printed part kind of centers them. Early in. So no little guides that need to be installed here. And then these are just snug. They just need to hold in place and not come loose. So there's that. I guess we can just put the other ones on right now. Hey, Alexander. Hey, John. Does it start with an Ender 5 or you just build it all from scratch? This one did start as an Ender 5, even though I didn't have, I mean, Fabrico sent the Ender 5 for this build series. If I was wanting to build one of these, I might consider just sourcing a frame and basically building it from scratch, unless I already had an Ender 5. Okay, same thing. Liking the rail feature, its little details really get my attention. Yeah, this is an interesting setup. Want to do this on E5 Plus. There's all the files for it. The configurator will give you the right files. There's 2 done, and 1 more. Use a Physetic kit and I'm not that happy. I think I had some issues too. Church said, can I go above? There's lots of assembly details that can impact your input shaper results, I'm finding. Little like idler tightness can have a significant impact. I regret buying my Ender 5 Pro, got it just before I found Vorons. We'll build one of these. Okay, where do I want to go here? Let's just go this way. Have you ever had any issues with USB cables getting interference from power causing MCU shutdowns? I have not been able to point any interference issues to that. I have an Ender 5 Plus. I'm happy with the bed setup with dual independent Z's and 4 linear rods. I'm going to pass on the Hydra, but definitely want to do it. Yes, so this is definitely a modular setup. You can do just the CoreXY gantry and leave the Z alone very, very easily and get the benefits of the much better gantry. Did people see the 225 speed benchy? Wow. That guy's nuts. Okay, so rails are all on. Going to Steve, but our dollar not the greatest at the moment. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so rails on, lower the rail into the slot. There are 2 tabs that'll keep the MG and 9C carriage from riding off the rail. The front tab is shown, the image below. Screws in there. Move the carriage to the front and thread the last 2 and 3x8s. And then we get to build the mini tanks. Build the mini tanks. Okay, so those are there. That's there. Let's build some tanks. One, two, three. We got tanks. Focus. There we are. Does look like a little tank. Looks like just a heat set in the front. So I'll need 3 heat sets. And we'll have some hardware to put together. Heat sets in the front first. It's trash. No dual color Hydra? What do you mean? Oh, I don't know why I didn't change these colors, but this is just what they came up as. Why is a screw needed? It will, I think it locks you can lock the bed in place so it doesn't fall over when you move the printer. So no. And one more. The screw is to lock the console ball during assembly to prevent it from spinning when you install the bed, and then you loosen the screw or remove it. Is it also, would it keep it from falling off, or does everything, is it just for that? I see. The screw would keep the bed from detaching, does it? Or does it get locked in via this printed part? It looks like it actually might. Okay. That was my best guess. Just for that. Okay. It's just to keep it from loosening when you're tightening things up. Got it. Okay, we have a magnet to install the mini tank onto the carriage. So we have some magnets and we have the CoreXY ball. There we go. We have these magnets. I guess these go on here. We'll continue working on the left one. So that goes. Is that gonna, okay, whatever. Is Sanity still here? Don't know. Those are gonna go on there. Grab the left arm and lower the magnet onto the middle of the carriage as shown below. Now take the CoreXY ball and center it on the countersunk magnet. We get an extra one. I got 4 in here. Those go on there. Note that the threads and holes should face the top. Take the mini tank you prepared and lower it onto the magnet. The assembly should look something like this. Okay. So. Let's try to get the magnet centered on this. It likes to just ride on that groove. Getting it getting it across that groove is proving near impossible. There we go. Okay, so that goes there, and then this goes on here like this, it looks like. Like that. The mini tank will help with that, yeah. Okay, and then M3x8s. And here comes Mr. Inspector General. That. I don't imagine these need to be super tight. Just snug. Okay, and then the system is used to prevent the CoreXY ball from spinning when installing and uninstalling the bed. A light, snug fit should be more than enough. So a little M3x10. Is that included in here? Yep, M3x10. I'm glad there's extras. Let's see if I can get this. There. One of these things is not like the others. One of these things. 4 of these things are kind of the same. Come on, can you tell me which one? Yeah. My butchering of a classic Sesame Street skit. No threads on that one. Completely unformed threads. So this is going to thread in here. We're going to make sure that the hole in the CoreXY ball, CoreXY, and that just goes in to where it's just, I think I'm just gonna put it just right there. Not even tight, because as I tighten it, it's trying to move that. So I wanna make sure that this is, the hole is pointing straight up. And then maybe when I put the bed on, we can tighten this just a little bit it'll lock it in better to tighten the rest. So, okay, let's do this. Charlie was there to warn me about the bad screw. Sing the Sesame Street song for us. I don't have the words right. I butchered it. I got the idea out there. That's it for the docs on those. It's repeating instructions. Yep. Let's just get Charlie attention here. Hey, Make RS. You got that song stuck in my wife's head now. She's singing it. Perfect. Here we go. Mr. Satisfied. This is where he wants to be. Charlie needs a little pirate hat. Is it just my perspective? It looks like the screw to be removed would be under the bed after install. Would it not be easier to access if it was reversed and facing the outer edge of the bed? I thought about that, Stephen. As I was doing this, I thought about that. But the extrusion, the corner extrusion is here. So I don't know if it's easier to get to it here or here. But I have ball drivers, so I think it'd be fine. Hey, Pex Peppers, welcome. There we go. I have no idea what that looks like. Oh. Charlie apparently didn't like it. Hey, Kevin. What was that sound? I don't know. Charlie did not like that. Here you go. You lay there. Taco Cat. The embodiment of a palindrome. Uh-oh. I got a message. Oh, awesome. Pex Pepper's got a screenshot. Hey, Sebastian. Okay, we are going to do... we're going to go the same way as the other one. Keep these consistent. I'm behind on the stream, but if you have a lot of motors, the SPI is more manageable. There's a limit to the number of UARTs that a processor has. SPI uses 4 wires, but the protocol is on 3. Okay. Charlie Purito. And a 10mm front. Oh, and oh. There we go. There's that one. And then the same thing on this one. Yep, that did work pretty well. New link you put in the description does not work? What? I just generated that link. The Discord invite link doesn't work? Oh yeah, we're an hour and a half in. We've got an hour and a half until the Polymaker Filament giveaway. You must be here to win. Link is in the pin post and the description. Danny, is it possible that it doesn't work if you're already a member? And also, yeah, refreshing the page just in case. Discord link works for me. Okay. I bet you it's either if you're already a member something or refreshing the page. Okay, so there we go. So those are all in. I've got the 10mm screw here. Come on. Why am I having so much trouble with focusing lately? But yeah. Okay, so now does that mean that this can go get installed on the printer now? I think these can go on the printer. These spacers go between the bed and these arms. Discord works, awesome. Okay, so we go here. These should go on here. Hey, Andrew. Co-cell? Oh, that's a... And are these M3x8s as well? Hey, Adrian. Yeah, these look like M3x8s as well. How's the machined all-metal tap holding up? I am about to reinstall it. I've got some testing to do on the new MGN7 rail they sent. That's 1, 2, and 3. So there's one of them. Hey, Rebel Angel. I think it was because I was the first person to find the Discord. And then this one goes here. So you can do something similar for the bed mounts to an XRC of Trident, or is it unnecessary over-engineering? I don't think it's necessarily unnecessary over-engineering. I think what Trident has works. And is still within a, still the upgrade path from v1.8 and cost. I don't think there's a compelling need to change, especially since the that frame seems to add some advantages for mitigating lead screw wobble. Okay. Cool. That's those, and then one more on the rear. I think I can do this, yep. We'll use all 4 for this one. So there's 3 screws going in on the front 2. The rear one uses all 4. Hey, Colton, thank you. This is Polymaker Pop Blue ASA. So do you think the Roseworks bed mounts for Trident are a useful upgrade? The only thing they would help with is bed expansion. How useful they are is probably debatable. That's another one of those, they're probably technically they're better and they work. Practically, does it make much difference? That's a good question. I have the Mandela ones on one printer. Ooh, that doesn't have a stop up there. So you gotta be careful at the top of that. How How did you print the yellow logo in the center skirt? I did a filament swap. My Tridex was down, so I couldn't use my Tridex for that, so I just did a first layer filament swap. I like them for the mag bed feature. Okay, so those mounts are all in. I am going to take this guy and put it on the top here, just in case, so that doesn't fly off the top. I did put the brass screw nuts. Yep. They are inserted. What color is the yellow? It is Polymaker Yellow ASA. And yeah, I agree, David. The smaller beds are going to benefit less than the larger. Okay. JG Denver, thanks for becoming a member. The Mercury one is so cool looking, better than Trident maybe. Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? Looks like 3-point bed leveling. That'll never catch on. Couple of clamps here. We'll keep those at the top. Out of my way. I need to build a 300 Trident. Yes, you do. Sorry, I forgot to poke you about Wago mount. On this, yeah. Oh, for this? Okay, so I have these steppers. I am going to get those installed. I think they are going to go that way. I have a bunch of M3x8s. And then we'll kind of shift gears back to wiring underneath the deck. Okay. What do you think of Pantheon Design Z-axis being indexed with the gantry? I really like their design. Having it floating like they do should have a pretty good advantage. From what I mean, it's been a while since I looked at it in detail, but okay, there's that one. All of these have long enough wires. So this one is going to go here. The ultimate would be 1.1 with Trident skirts. There we go. Why isn't the reverse electronics mod standard on the Trident? I only knew it existed when I was finishing wiring on mine. So a lot of Trident is trying to bring it in line with V2. So I am kind of liking this setup. So, but there are mods out there for Trident to do this. That was brought up all the way back in when Trident was being developed. And really trying to keep things in line with 2.4 is the big reason why it's still bottom access electronics. Hey, Queasy Diver. Also, for those looking for Mercury 1.1 step files, they were uploaded to the files pages. Yep. Step files are out there. Hey, Warjeki, or Wajeki. Okay, so those are there. Like I said, I cut down the lead screws here because they were too long. So now they're 370 millimeters. So let's take the lead screw nut out of here. I'm rebuilding my Trident right now. I'm trying out the inverted electronics. I'm actually printing the DIN rail mounts right now. The lead screws are going to be a pain to work the panel around. Yeah. The panel, the deck panel would have to be redesigned, and maybe a redesign on the, the motor mounts, the Z stepper mounts. So should that go up inside of there? See you, John. Yep, that goes up in there. Okay. Well, if you want some help, I might know a guy. Where is that screw? There we go. Putting the lead screw nuts in here. Do you use all 4 screws, Dutch dude? I only use 2? Okay. Where is... There we go. And napping. Okay, so there's 2 of them and 1 more. It's got this little lever thing that pops up in the front panel so you can grab it. It's pretty clever. There's a reverse electronics mod for 2.4. It uses gas springs. I've seen those. Okay. So now this should be able to thread down into here. What can we do for angles? I am going to, at least at first, reuse the couplers that came on the Ender 5. So maybe we can do something like this. Sure. So this goes here, right about there. Yep. There, and then the lead screw nut, let's see how well it lines up. All the way down and tighten the other side. There we go. Hey, Jordy T. Getting started on printing parts for the underwire conversion. It's not looking good. Uh-oh. Okay, so there's one. Like I said, I'm gonna use these couplers that came with the Ender 5, at least as my starting point. Oh, that should be tight. Okay. And this side. So that's about the same right there. Thread it in. Now these seem, I mean, Creality actually, these solid couplers they have, they seem pretty well machined. And I like that they're a clamping style rather than a set screw style. Trying to print a whole build plate on the Trident, it's not liking that at all. Okay. So then I'm going to move these all the way up to the top to get them out of the way of wiring, or at least closer to the top. There we go. And then the back one. Oops. There we go. Hey, Ram Online. Looks like the lead screws are moving smoothly. Yeah. There we go. There's that and that. Those rails to allow for the expansion and contraction of the bed and for any articulation in the bed. Okay, bed mounts are on. Get these all to about the same level when I put the bed on, but we're not going to put the bed on quite yet. Keep all this open, a little more open so I can work on electronics. So let's see, we've got back to the wiring setup. How is that doing on focusing? John, thanks for gifted memberships. How are we at? We are at, so we have an hour and 15 minutes to the giveaway. We're at about half the number of likes as we have viewers. So let's see what we can do about getting that. I mean, if we can keep our 300 like streak, that would be nice. But I'd be happy with 250. This is the Manta E3 Easy. Yep. So last stream, we did the AB wires and we did the AC wiring, which is back in here. So a little Wago mount here with all the AC wiring hooked up, and we tested the power supply. Kyle, thanks for the gifted memberships. So this stream we're gonna do more of the wiring. I'm trying to figure out what's gonna be the best view for this. So I was thinking about, off camera, I was thinking about wire management, right? And one of the things I did last stream was I used these DIN clips that were for the U2C mount to keep this switch wire, this AC switch wire, the wiring going to the switch, up off of anything that it could rub on. Now, since this is an inverted electronic setup, and before I forget, let's fix this skewed rail. Let's move this stuff about right there. $25. Right about like that. Because the bottom panel, I don't want to attach wires to the bottom panel. I don't want to secure things. Does that have enough stepper drivers? I am using CAN. I'm using a CAN tool headboard, so I have just enough stepper drivers. I have a problem with mesh on my V2.4. When I only load mesh and start G-code, first layer is okay, but when I calibrate mesh and start G-code, it's a total mess. I mesh every print. So, okay. So I don't want to, usually on a Trident or a 2.4 or whatever, with the electronics upside down from this, I go ahead and I use VHB to attach little wire anchors to the underside of the deck panel. I don't want to do this here, and I'm probably going to stop doing that on my other builds. Instead, I modeled up little kind of DIN mounted wire management anchor points. So I can clip these underneath the board, like here. There's one here underneath the board, and I can attach the wiring going to the controller kind of in lines, zip tied to these anchors. It's focusing on the bed arm. I don't know how to fix that. Here, let's go this way then. I can't get a good angle. I don't know what to do about that. It's focusing on the bed arm. I don't know what to do about that. My camera setup right now is not ideal, I guess. Here, let's do this. Let's use this one, even though its focus is not any better. Anyway, these kind of stick out the side, and we can attach wires along these, and I think it'll show a little more as we get closer to the put a black sock on the bed arm. it'll come. I think my vision for how these work will become a little clearer as we actually wire this up. So these are just intended to be able to stick in different spots. Like I'm gonna put one over here for this stepper wire, and that kind of there. Over here for the stepper wire, and then this will come around and plug in up there. But it will allow me to remove this bottom panel, and all the electronics will be wire managed and still floating in here. Have I ever considered using square conduits? Are you talking about the little, like the LDO kits come with, the wire races? The problem is you have to attach those somewhere, and I don't want to attach anything to the bottom panel, and Charlie wants out, so let's let Charlie out. So we'll give this a shot and see how this works. Now the other thing that I did off camera is, and let's move this over a little bit, is I made a fan mount. So I'm pretty pleased with this, and I think this is still going to be the best angle. So I made this little mount, and if you look at it just right, it kind of looks like a cat with its tail here and its head here and its legs, right? Maybe we can get a view here. Come on, come on. I don't know. There we go. Kind of looks like a cat. A jaguar, there we go. Or a Charlie. So what this does is I'm gonna clip this right there. That clips onto the DIN rail. And then this takes a very satisfying clip. Oh, there we go. Into here. And now I've got a fan mount that is nice and sturdy, and I can run a fan over it. This is, there we go. Yeah. So I started, where's my first draft of this? This is print number 3. I'm fairly pleased with that. This was the first version, and this clipped on okay, but it was too tall. It was way too tall. So I remixed ZeroG's DIN clip setup is what I did. The fan is backwards. Right now it's not. I wanted to blow over the controller. So this is correct. If you have those on your GitHub, it will be on the GitHub. So that goes on there. And why is this? Oh shoot, I just broke it. I gotta reprint it now. I gotta reprint it because I broke it. I've been playing with it so much, I broke it. So let me get a printer starting so I can reprint that. Actually, yeah. 60mm fan is a bit overkill for. Yes, it is definitely overkill, but it's what I have and it'll fit. Yeah, I was fidgeting with this a lot, so I did end up breaking it appears. So, print it together with the Wago mount. That's a great idea. So let's grab the Wago mount. I don't think I actually have it. So let's go to the files, and I want, none of this matters. I want the Wago mount really. So, oh, there's zip tie mounts? Let's include the zip tie mounts. Hendel, thanks for becoming a member. Top of the page, go here. Oh, by clicking here. Let's get the manually. Okay. So we're gonna go here, and then where the... Is this the cable tie mounts? What are these? Oh, I don't think I need... Do I need this for anything? I don't think I need that. Wago mount. This one? There. Is this what I want for the bed? Could you make it like 1 millimeter higher to increase strength? Not fidgeting with it seems like an impossible solution. Looks way too fidgety. Fun. I can make that spot a little thicker, Christian. Like I said, that was print number 3. So first print was this version, a little too narrow for the fan. Second print was this one, and third print was that one. So making that a little thicker right there is not a bad idea. And I can do that easily. Okay, so let's download this. But I'm actually going to download this on the other computer. So let me go back here. Actually, why don't we just go here? I need to clean the bed. Where's my... Aha. Clean the bed and get this thing preheating. And get it preheating. Okay, that's doing that. I like the idea of selecting your options before downloading the STLs. That's a pretty good idea. Would love to see the same thing for a stealth burner with so many variations. Don't forget Wago mounts. Hey, Techie. Okay, let's go back here, and I had zoomed in. So let's do that. I need to reprint this. I'm not gonna make it thicker, but I'll make it thicker before I upload it. Need to reprint that, and I need to print the Wago mount, because I don't think I had that printed. Yeah, no. I did print some of these, though, if I needed them. But I don't think I actually need them. Micron looks sad. Is it running? It is back up and running. I haven't tuned it yet, though. That was another thing on my list of projects. Whew. So that Wago mount, how do you like the Micron so far? I have not, honestly, I haven't printed much with it. That's about to change though. That's off. Okay, give me a moment here to quickly download and slice that file. It will take me only a moment. To grab is there anything else I should print? So I have the Wago mount and the fan reprint. The Wago mount and the fan reprint. And that'll be about a 40-minute print. So I'm back. How do too much printers, too much Trident bias. I have been bouncing around between printers and it has slowed down overall progress. That's true. Where are we at? We're not quite to 200 likes yet, and an hour until the filament giveaway. Well, I wasn't going outside the room, so there didn't need to be a dancing max. Modbot made a video of how to use your fans and clipper. Now I have a controlled Pi fan. Awesome. Do you run an end stop pod on all your machines, or do you run an end stop on the tool head and on the A drive? I use the pod on all those machines. You should 3D model Charlie and print him. I need to either find or pay someone to 3D model Charlie, because I am not an organic modeler. Hey, there we are. We're over 200 likes. Okay, while that is warming up, let's get the stepper wiring kind of organized here. So I am going to use this view, I think. So we have this stepper coming here, and I think I'm gonna go right like this. And that is almost the right length. So let's get some zip ties in place and get them going. No Charlie cam. Charlie is, I don't know where Charlie is. Oh, he's still outside. I let him out. He hasn't come back in. That's unfortunate. My CS Trident system doesn't work with the Hall effect pods and stop pods. Oh. Okay, so. Zip tie here. So I can probably use up a lot of slack right there. Grab my other thing of zip ties. And then I'm not going to tighten the rest of these in case I want to take any other wires through. And then this goes through here. Like that. And then this one goes like this. You switch to test it out. Switch to what though? What is RSCS? I don't know what RSCS is. There. So I think the positioning of the controller is about where I want it. I think all of this is correct, and this is going to be the how are the motors, the stepper drivers labeled on here? X motor, Y motor, Z1, Z2, E0, E1. So I'm going to plug this one into E1 since this is the third Z stepper. I want to redo the wire on my V2, but turning it over and opening it up makes me not want to. I agree. Is there a CAT scan? I will be using a Pi on this. Since the last build we did, I used a CB1. I will be using a compute module on here. RCSC is remote status cooling system. Oh, like on the VZBot, I see. Okay, so that's gonna go there. Then this one on the other side is gonna go here. So I should be able to run a zip tie through here. On that there, and then here. Oh, here comes Charlie. And then over here. So what I want to do is put a second one of these guys right underneath here. Kind of straddling there, and then that'll give me 2 anchor points on either side of the controller. I've got a tool headboard, Nuno. So that's the last build. No issues with CB1. I think I must have missed it. I haven't had any issues with the CB1. None at all. The only reason we're going Compute Module 4 on this one is to mix it up a bit. And Obi-Wan Kenobi was kind enough to sell me a spare one he had. They added a shock protection mod in the end wire gate. Yep. Has he learned to open doors? Not yet. I know Steve gone on sidewire, rewire your Trident. Have fun. Hey zombie, we are into wiring. So this one's going here, and this is going to go into, what do we have here? Z1, Z2. Okay, so this is going to go into here. So I need to cut this wire and recrimp it because it's too long. That's way too long. All that extra. So I'm going to cut this one right about there, and we're going to recrimp that one. And then for the power supply side, I'm going to pull this out. And we're going to put another one of these underneath. And this will run this will hold these wires going across here to the controller. And this wire, I think. All of those will go across underneath the power supply. Okay, so that's gonna go there. We're gonna grab, there's a, so there and there. So something like that, so that those can go down there. And will these actually reach? I think this is gonna go this way a bit. So that these will reach the end over here. Why don't you want to anchor any wires to the bottom panel? So I can remove it. I can remove the bottom panel to get to things without having to worry about having wires stuck to it. It's gonna go here, and then this is gonna get cut about here, I think. For that wire. Okay. So the reason is if I want to remove this bottom panel, if anything is actually attached to it, I've got to detach it before I can remove it. So I'm gonna have to do a bunch of crimping here in just a second. So let's go ahead and get started on that, I guess. I've got that to crimp, this to crimp, these two to crimp. This one is a good length already. Although I might swap it out for a black connector since the rest of them will be black. So let's do it. I think probably here. So I have a bunch of terminals that came with the boards. So we'll get those all done. And probably label. We're gonna label these. So I'll get my handy dandy label maker, and I think what's on there will do. And we're gonna go A and B steppers, and then oops, Z0, Z1, and Z2. I think those are the main things I want to label right now. So let's print that. You got me wanting to build one of those now too, just can't figure out how to justify it. Okay, so labels with a bunch of wasted stuff. So I'm gonna start with Z0, B, and Z0. So Z0 is gonna go on here. There we go. We're at 220 and we've got 45 minutes. We got time. We've got 276 people here. That's good. Is that the label cartridge you have to trick to get to work? No, they just work. They're not brother brand, but they just work. Okay, now let's get out all the crimping stuff. Lots of wiring. Which labels are those? So the label maker is the PTD600. The labels themselves are AHS 211. There's no other name brand on here. AHS tube is what it says. But this is the 5.8 millimeter heat shrink tube. And it just works. So, okay, those are done. We got blue, red, green, black. These. Four. Okay. Blue, red. So blue. Red. green. And black. Okay. Where did you get the HS211 tape? Just Amazon. So blue, red, green, black. Make sure those are fully seated. And there is the zero. That's gonna go right there at some point. You know, it's a good day when you're watching a Steve stream and Fusion designing something at the same time. Awesome. That blue does look sharp. Thanks. I'm pleased with it. It's the Polymaker Pop Blue. Okay, then let's see. Let's pull this around here probably. And move this around to get to these. These are all fine, but a little long. There we go. Where is Charlie? Charlie is sitting on the floor, grooming himself. In case some people here in chat don't know, what's your favorite Voron printer model and why? I personally, my favorite is the Legacy, because it's the hardest to build because there's no manual. And no, I'm just kidding. My favorite printer, of course, is the Trident, because I have a very biased opinion, because that was my project. Super envious of your Micron. I need to print with it. I will be. I will be printing with it. I actually was working on it last night, because I had been messing with some input shaper stuff with it. Blue, red. But Legacy is super easy to build. Well, I was trying to come up with something off the cuff, and I'm not very good at that. So cut me some slack. There's no manual, though. You get the Legacy experience, not just the Legacy build, the whole Legacy experience. Who owns a 2.4? What do you mean owns? So 2.4 is Max's RCF. That is his printer. Now, Trident is an evolution of Voron 1.8, which was Eddie the engineer, was the lead developer for 1.8, which is an evolution of the whole VS1 series, which is RCF. Okay, so there's that, and that, oops, I screwed up. Well, let's see if I can fix it. This one is B. This one is stepper B. Let's see if I can get the label on it after the crimps. I'm feeling like I'm not going to be able to get all of them. Yes, Charlie, hold on. He wants out, but I've got... Oh, there's 3. Can I get a 4th one through there? I don't think so. Darn it. Maybe I can stretch it. Maybe I can stretch it a little bit. Give me a moment. Yep, cool. Stretched it. Let me let Charlie out. He is insisting. Has Charlie taken on some weight? We think so. We think so. He's eating a whole lot more. So I was able to stretch that heat shrink to get that on there. Okay, we think he has gained some. Blue, red, green, we're feeding him. Every time he's got any sign of an empty plate, we're putting food on there, trying to get him fattened up. Okay, so that's B stepper is terminated. And now, before I forget, we're going to immediately put the label on A. Hey, Ed. There we go. Oops. A label is on. And cut the wires a little shorter. Troubleshooting the PriCam module no longer working. Been kicking my butt. My name's Jeff. I have 3D printing building addiction. Yes, we're right there with you. There is a build addiction for sure. There we go. And one more. So blue, red, green, and black. There we go. That goes there. I can shrink that down later. So those are done. Now I've got the Z2. One, two, three, and four. I've ordered so many tools because it's showing off certain ones. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oop, label. Okay, this is Z1. So front left is Z0. Rear is Z1. Front right is Z2. Okay, label is on. Thanks for the reminder. Did anybody remind me? What do we got? Where? You're being discriminatory. They don't have to be expensive. Tools don't have to be expensive? And one more. There we go. And go. Blue, red, green, black, already in order. All of them in. And Z1, that goes there. Oh, the iOS crimpers are very affordable. Yes, this is definitely, the budget option is my preference on those, for sure. Tired of buying inexpensive tools, so I bought a metal lathe. I have a metal lathe. I haven't really gotten into it. It's one of those that you really need to go through it before it works well, and I haven't taken the time to go through it. What do I have left? Z2. This one we are going to depin anyway because I want to make it the black connector. So let's pull this out of here and depin it. Right here. Oh, there's Charlie. Still stuck in gridlock. Multiple crashes. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm gonna depin this one and then stretch the label and get it on here. There's 1, 2, 3, and one more. Come on out. There we go. And then take it easy, bending these back. There we go. Here comes Mr. Inspector. Okay, we have Z2, and we're going to stretch it. Hi, Charlie. Okay, And then, see if we can get all these around here at once now. There, and one more. There we go. Okay, that's on. And then we need a black connector. There we go. What are you doing? Blue, red, green, black. Yes. There. Cool. Oh, what are we at? We have half an hour until the giveaway. We're only 72 likes away from our continuing the streak. I do have a furry helper. He doesn't really want to help. He wants this. Are you putting a CM4 on this one? Yes. CM4 instead of the CB1 on this one. Yep. Cuddle time. Leave those things or I move everything away. All the attention. Okay, so those are all crimped. The other thing that needs to come down through this rear path is the can wire. So I have, someone had sent me a diagram. Do I remember who that was? Someone sent me a little picture. Who was that? Ah, Collie. Collie helped me out with that one. This was actually very useful. Let me copy this and paste it over in the. Nope, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Collie sent me this to help make sure I get the right pin out on the can toolhead wiring. So, thank you. We will be using that after this guy gets his fill. I could bring the taco hat out again and see if that makes him not too pleased. Let's see. There. He's not too worried about it that time. Hey, Max. Okay, you are gonna try to go there now. You got your time. Taco cat. Okay, that looks like it's going to be. Let me get the camera in place. There we go. Yet another screenshot has been sent. Perfect. Okay. Those are done. Now we have can wiring that comes down through here. Taco cat for the giveaway pick. So I've got this chain flex wire and we have, that's U2C. These are the easy, these are the stepper drivers. I want to forget those. Perfect. Just thought I'd ask because why not? But why is Trident Y rails on the bottom and not on the side like every other printer? Because of print volume. One of the things about the Voron setups are they're pretty efficient in terms of print area to footprint. Where did I put the if they were on the side, you would sacrifice X travel. I guess these will, oh, is it these? I'm looking for terminals for the pin terminals. I think these will do. Are the cables twisted? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. But for this length, it'll be okay. Just had enough money to be able to build printers like you do. So I've been working on is the ultimate in footprint efficiency, having to do inner rails and diagonal front Z rails. Do you remember Ender 6 was a behemoth? I hated flipping that thing. Yeah. Okay, let me see. I thought I had... Oh, there they are. There's my terminals. And there is the connector. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 of those. And then we're going to get some heat shrink. I kind of want to do, well, it doesn't matter because that's going to go in there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Probably this one. Some heat shrink. Where am I putting all my tools? Almost done with my first boron kit. My spider board was missing in the kit. I'm having time getting the seller sending a board. Is that from Physetic? Phystech, however you say it. Okay, heat shrink tubing on here. And then let's crimp. Here. So based on this little thing here, can high, can low, 24 volts and ground. So that's what I'm gonna base my pin out on. So where am I putting everything? Where's my wire strippers? Oh, I put them over here. Hey, Joker. Okay. Let's cut these just a little shorter. And then strip all of these. One. This is all 22 gauge wires in this particular harness. There we go. Is that chain flex treating you well? I'm always down to try some new chain flex. This is the first I've tried this particular stuff. This one is the CF9, Charlie Frank 9 series. CF9-03-04 is the part number from IGUS. Okay, so I'm gonna do brown for 24 volts for VCC, black for ground. I'm gonna go blue for can high, because it's high as the sky, and white for can low. So if I go here, This is gonna be tough. Maybe I do the pre-seed it in the crimper, and they're like that. So I want these to be lined up. Make sure I got a good crimp on this. There we go. So, and then ground. So very there we go. Ground. And then blue is going to be can high. Don't mess up, that's the CAN bus. You don't want smoking. No, I do not. And I'm not doing myself any favors by trying to keep these wires short, but it'll be cleaner. And one more. Where'd that last terminal go? And knock it off somewhere. It's not here. Okay, I'll just grab a new one. Probably on the floor somewhere. Last one. No smoking on the bus. No smoking anywhere. Aren't we over that? Okay. Now we're going to put it in here. Kiloprints, thanks for being a member. So if this plugs in that way, we've got the bottom corner here, that one, and then can high and can low. So here, 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 here. That should be our setup. There. So 24 or VCC, ground, high, low. I can hear the notifications, but I haven't checked them yet. Make sure they're all seated. There we go. Safer for most if I continue. Blue is high in the sky, white is low in the snow. There we go, perfect. Waiting for a replacement part, maybe I can save it. So I've got a bunch of notices. Let me see if anything is critical. Yeah, that's correct. Thanks, Collie. Oh, and got another. Oh, I was covered on the Taco Cat. I had chat covering. Okay, so this is here, and then heat shrink on it. So let me get the heat gun. Okay. You don't like the Microfit 3? I like Microfit 3. So, let's see what we're going to do here. My cramped camera angles, not pleased. This is going to go in like that. And then the other end is going to go down here in between all of these. Right under here like that. Thanks, Killer Prince. Waiting for the replacement part. Maybe I can save it. Still don't like that connector type. Only connector type I've had break more than once. Really? Get yourself a better crimper. What crimper are you using? Okay, so this is gonna go through there. We're gonna move this to the front corner and kind of get an idea here on wire length that I need. So let's grab a zip tie here to hold this in place. Something like that. And then I've got this part here to bolt on, because that's gonna go like that, which means I think I can pull just a little bit more here. Probably do something like that just fine. Yeah. All the way to the front corner, that zip tied right there. I think that'll be just fine. I don't want more than I really need. Yeah, right there. May want to add some sort of vertical cable support so when it's at the rear, the cable doesn't brush against your belts. There is. That's what this thing is. That's what this is, a piece provided by them. Oh, you did. I did it while I was typing. I get it. Got it. Okay, we need a T-nut. We need a M3 T-nut. Where did all those go? Here they are. Can the Nevermore bread under the build plate? On a 2.4, the Nevermore, can it bread? I'm converting an Ender to a ZeroG right now. Also, it's in a weird between state. Might make some of the stuff out of aluminum though, just because I need practice milling. There you go. Okay, so that's gonna go there. And then I think I'm gonna use a hammerhead nut for the back. So this is gonna go here. These are M3 by 8s. 10 minutes. Oh, we got 10 minutes till the giveaway. Filament giveaway in 10 minutes. How close are we to our goal? 246. Can we get 50 likes in the next 10 minutes? Oh, there's my. $50 likes in the next 10 minutes. Hey, zombie. Okay, so that's gonna go there. It's gonna get centered there. So that'll go like that. And right, like that. There we go. And a zip tie to hold it in place. I know we still have a Bowden tube to go on here, but this is just to hold this. I'll redo it. With the bed at 120°C, you can probably cook bread on it. This is true. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. This all moves in all the spots. And it makes it to the front corners without any drama. I remember a time you didn't care about the likes. I'm not saying you've changed, but I'm glad you've gotten more into it now. I'm not, it's a thing. If it can be a thing, if we can have fun with it, then it's fun to do. I honestly, still, it's fine, because this is all about the channel will go where it goes the way I do it, right? So, if that made sense. But if we can turn it into a little thing we have fun with, then I'm all for it. If we can keep, we only need 20. We only need 20 to keep this streak alive. It's all about fun and engagement, yep. And if that can be part of having fun, then that's good. Okay. So where does this thing, there is a CAN port on the board. I'm gonna leave this extra long because I think it's gonna have to split off to a couple of locations on the board. We need power and power, ground, and then high and low. And one of these boards pins here on the board is for CAN. So going to 300. We only need 10 more in the next 6 minutes. We can do it. I thought you were flying, Scott. Keep talking about strippers and stripping and you'll get the bots for more engagement. This is true. Stripping wires and crimping connectors will definitely pull in the bots. Any reason to not use the Ender 3 Pro stock electronics compartment? All my stuff fits in it fine. It depends on the mod that you're doing for your Ender 3 Pro. Are you talking about, you're not talking about Ender 5, right? You meant Ender 3? I don't think there's any reason not to use something if it works. $2.99. We have more likes than concurrent viewers right now. That's perfect. No flying and texting. There we are. Perfect. We keep the streak alive. Two JST are next to the 120R jumper. Okay. I'll have to figure out how I want to cut this wire then to make sure I can reach everything I need to. Some severe thunderstorms rolled in, so I came back home. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're safe. Our record is 425. We are up there. This is good. What's up? My lab has an unused Ender 5 and I'm tempted. What's the rough cost of this conversion? Just the gantry conversion is, what, a couple $100? And then everything else adds up from there. Once you get into a bed for the Hydra setup and the electronics. How bad an idea to use USB wire for the can? Regular USB in general might not be heavy enough gauge. You're gonna want to actually know what the actual wires in your USB cable are. And I wouldn't run regular USB cable through chains. So, okay, we are 3 minutes away. Everybody that's here, you know that the link is pinned and it's in the description. So be sure to enter. This is Filament giveaway. Everybody wake up. One gauge or nothing. One zero gauge. What is the recommended gauge for cans? So on this one, I think I would stick with, for power and ground, 22 gauge is the minimum I'd go on our typical setups. This is 22 gauge that I'm using on this wire. The can high and low wires, those can be tiny. They're just signal wires. If you did this from scratch build, how easy would it be to use blind joints on the frame? Pretty easy. You're coming to Murph, planning on bringing... I will be at Murph. I am planning on bringing a V0, just like I did last year. That's what I have a case for. That's what I can take checked luggage. I have a non-stop flight, at least so far. So I will check a V0. It is fine to have heavier gauge, Zebrin. You can run whatever for the can high and low. It's just it doesn't need to be that high. So, I need another roll of printer food. There we go. So what are we? We got 1 more minute. I am planning on being at Smurf. I do not have plans in place. I don't have actual items in place. I need to get my passport still. So I had to request a copy of my birth certificate from my birth county, but I haven't received a response from them yet. No Trident, no. It would be too hard to get a full-size printer over to Murph for me. Look at Inrush. Okay, so it is almost there. So everybody, enter. You got less than a minute. Might have you bless my 0.2 then. Your video series was incredibly helpful. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Don't send it UPS. It is 1 o'clock. How many entries do we have? Do we have all the entries? We have entries. Something went wrong. Reload. Okay, what is going wrong? Okay, good. We have entries. We have... What is going on here? Okay, YouTube display name. We have that many entries. We are going to close the spreadsheet when we haven't had a response in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. And turning off the responses. 3, 2, 1. Turning off the responses now. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Have we turned it off? One more? Okay, turned off the responses. Let me export this. Who got in the last? Who got in? Tuxedo got the very first one. Let's see who got in the last one. Who got in under the wire? Jarrett, you were the last one. Ah, what do we have here? Have to pay attention. Okay, wheel of names. We've got this one. Let's close the ad. Let's get rid of Charlie's name because we were playing last time. Oh, and we have probably extended. Let's turn that down. Spend time and paste. What is it right now? It says it's 85 degrees out. Okay, there we are. So we need a number between 1 and 13. We need a number between 1 and 13. Between 1 and 13. What do we have? I saw a lot of 8s, so let's go 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And spin. If you keep an eye on one eyeball, it's trippy. So who do we got? Who do we got for Polymaker Filament? Hey, it's ending with him upright. Perfect. Mike Thomas, are you here? Mike Thomas, congratulations. Let me start a timer. You have 2 minutes to mention something in chat. Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas, congratulations. Are you here? Say something. Someone will notice, or I'll notice. Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas. Oh, not Thomas Kuhlman. Mike Thomas. Oh, there's Mike Thomas. I see you. Awesome. Congratulations, Mike. Let me get your name. Congratulations. So if you are in the US or Canada, you'll get an email from me with a link to a form where you'll get a coupon, couple of coupons, one for money off the Polymaker store and one that gives you free shipping. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you get a form that allows you to choose a roll of filament. So let me copy this, piece this over here, and make sure we've got, yep, that all looks good. Congratulations, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Polymaker. Let's close that. Oops. Got the keyboard again. Let's preemptively do that. So anybody who else wants a roll of filament, once you just buy it, there is an affiliate link in the description. I don't usually push that, but I should be pushing it more. I mean, Polymaker is nice for doing these giveaways. So let me unpin that message and delete it from the description. Hit save. Good night, Zarp. Oh, and timer is done. Can I have Charlie, please? Oh, he heard that. Okay, where are we? We have got to figure out. Let's go back to here. We're gonna be down in here. No EU link. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what the Polymaker EU situation is, but make zombie work harder, order some Polymaker. I also like to thank Charlie for curing my insomnia. Okay, so these wires are gonna come down through here, zip tie here, and just barely make it over there, which will be fine though. This one has to go through, and I probably want this to be, let's just cut this to about here. I'm not gonna actually hook that up yet. I don't want to waste any of this because I may use it for something else. That goes there. I think about there should be enough to get just about anywhere I need to get on the board. So let's just cut that right there. Oop, I did it. I did it. I cut it. Polymaker just says go to a retailer. Wondering how the deck panel will go in. It just sets on top. I think there's some printed pieces to kind of hold it in place, but it just sets on top. Okay. That is going to go there. Maybe I can improve this view a little bit of what I'm doing. There we go. So these come in from up there. And I think take these through this zip tie. I knocked that around. I don't work for Polymaker, I don't make nothing. Okay, so that's gonna go something like that. Then another one on this front side. Think. Only 4 hours late today? Hey Griffin. Deck panels are 4, covering up the electronics. Okay, oops, I missed one. Darn it. So something like that kind of holds that stuff aside. Does anyone make kits for this? Parts of the kits, yes. So then AY, I think this one goes here. And B, those are just barely long enough to use as is, but I'm going to use them as is. So those will go something like that. Bill Brothers, thanks for the gifted memberships. And then Z1 is going to go right here. And then the can goes this way. So that goes like that. And that goes this way. Are you gonna let me get this in here? Yep. There we go. That goes like that. There. Something like that. See ya, GJ, or JG. Hey, Lol. Welcome. We are doing wires, wirings. Okay, I think that's good. Now, off camera, I did make a main power wire because I needed to power this up because I was doing something for Tina and Doc. So I've got this wire done, but I need to do the rest of them. So, hey Manjan. Kaz FPZ, what mainboard is that? This is a Big Tree Tech Manta E3EZ. Good enough wire management and some NeoPixels, you could do clear top panel. I could, but I have a nice signed top panel. I like it when new folks come for the giveaway and then stay for the content. Yep, absolutely. Hi, Vin. Okay, so with that like that, this can go back on here, but I need another, oops, that fell. I need another one of these over here. Something like that. Let's go ahead. I'm probably gonna have to redo some of these, but and then this is gonna go right angle. Oops. Something like that for that. And then this right here. See you, Chris. Yeah, Charlie likes to hug his feet. It's kind of cute. Okay, so now this should go on here. And these wires go on here. So this is main 24 volt hookup. There. And then over here, we're gonna go 24 volts into the Wagos. Something like that. Okay. Oh, what do we got? Not really. If your motherboard doesn't have the processing power, it can't. For what? If you're not using stock PSU to power the bed, why not change to a smaller PSU? I am using the stock PSU. So I'm not using a smaller PSU because I didn't want to purchase a different PSU. To a certain degree, I'm trying to reuse, like the couplers. I mean, I reused the couplers. I reused, obviously, the frame, the power supply. That's just about it, but still. Okay, so that's there, and then we need little jumpers from this little distribution block to the main board. Now, let's look at the documentation for the board here as far as powering it. Let's see where It's an octopus. Let me bring up the page first. Okay. We did the giveaway. Yep. We did it about 10 minutes ago. Reuse what you got, why not? My build would be like way better with a smaller PSU. Well, yeah. But there's plenty of room under here. I'm not cramped for space at all. Okay, let's open up. This is the E3EZ documentation. Let me just go up here. Yeah, Manta E3EZ. Yeah, we want to use the easily found parts. Let's get that a little smaller so we can read it. Let's set that over there. So, we got revisions, we got info on it. So the question I have a few questions on things like power. So there's motor power and then there's main power. Do I have to power the motor power if I'm just using main power, the same as main power? So this pinout diagram, there's DC in, there's the heated bed, the heater 0 and heater 1, and then there's motor power for high voltage. If I don't plug that in and I set these jumpers correct, I may not actually need this little Wago setup that I have. So motor voltage selection. So select motherboard power supply or motor supply voltage. Okay, so it sounds like I don't need to use this Wago right here. So I'm actually going to disconnect this and pull it out because I don't think we need it. Because I'm going to use DC in for the stepper voltage. I'm not using a separate power supply here. So I think I can just take this directly to DC in over here and be done. So let's see if I can get some jumper. We're going to have to do some jumper selections here. So we've got jumpers there for selecting. Let's see if there are any jumpers there right now. So these jumpers right here are in the default position for motherboard supply. You lower the current through the terminal for safety. But yeah. Okay. So that is, these are all by default motherboard supply. So we're going to go with that. So let me plug this guy in over here. Now the board is powered. Okay. Hey, Panzerkatten. Like driver errors till I powered that rail as well. But here's the thing. These jumpers are what go to the input power here. Go to this input power. If these jumpers aren't set, this isn't going anywhere. So there's no reason to populate this if you're not going to use the high voltage side. So I don't think we need to power this for the motors if we're setting the jumpers to the motherboard supply voltage. And that's this setup right here. Motherboard supply voltage. So, okay. And then we are using 2209s. So let me grab those. So we have 2209 EZs. And I have never used these, so let's see what this takes to plug these in. So if I take one of these, and we figure out which way do these go. These only go one way apparently. Right, like that. Now if I try to plug one in the other way, it does not plug in, I see. So there's a little feature there, keeps it from plugging in the wrong way. Stabilize it and push it in. There we go. And one more. Okay, all of those are seated. I've heard they're really good for cooling. You got a nice heat spreader on both sides. Sticking up, we're gonna have a fan blowing over the whole thing. Yeah, the 2209s have 24 volt max anyway, right? Or practically it's 24 volts max. Okay, so UART, onboard SPI and UART mode for easy driver, which can be used directly without the need for a jumper. Easy, so easy drive diag, we're not using sensorless homing. So that should be, those are not populated. Okay. There is no need to set any jumpers for UART or SPI, huh? It's all in the little, it's all in the little step stick. The socket should allow more amps, but we do not have drivers that have been designed specifically to run in them. Have you ever done a high voltage build? I have. My purple Trident is running 48 volts for the A and B steppers. Yep. Okay, easy driver diag, sensorless homing, install the core board. Okay, so now we're gonna install the board. E3 EZ plus CM4. So let's grab my CM4. Custom fan mount to keep them cool. Yeah, I made a custom fan mount too, and I forgot to start that print. So let's get that print started. It's been warming up this whole time, so it's plenty warm. Let me get that going. Okay, it's gonna do its print prep. My Trident is getting 48 volts. What do you think of it? Is the difference pretty significant? It works. I haven't tried to push it enough to see if it actually makes any difference. Okay, so interesting. This is how the Compute Module 4 comes from Raspberry Pi Foundation. There's no anti-static. It's just this. How warm was it? Do I have a chamber thermistor hooked up in here? Chamber temp was 51. Chamber temp was 51. Okay, so this is gonna plug in on here, but I gotta pull these little caps off, the little stickers off the top of the... There we go. Pull these guys off. Now, does anybody know if the Big Tree Tech little heatsink will work with the compute module? Or do I have to, is that only for the CB1? Yeah, there we go. Starting to come back. There we go. There we go. CM4 runs lots cooler than CB1, never had to worry about it. But does it fit? I have a bunch of them. I guess we can find out. I know you can't use the heatsink for a regular CM4 with the CB1. Okay, then I won't try. Yeah, these things don't line up. Yep, it doesn't line up. I won't be using it then. It uses the same holes, but the chips on top don't line up to set on it. Let me see. If we took a CB1 and line up the heatsink on here, everything lines up. It all sets with a space for the little thermal pad. I cannot, let's see, same direction. It does not line up on the CM4. So no, we can't use this with the CM4. It uses the same holes, but the chip layout prevents it from working. That's okay. I will put a little heatsink on it. There we go. It's on there. And do I get any little screws to hold that down? I get screws, but they're awfully long. They'll work. These screws that came with the board appear to be okay. They stick through, but they do work. Just remind me that I had to order the heatsink. Oh, that one's not gonna work. It runs into the printed part below, so that's... But the other three work, it looks like. I might want to make a little spot over here in the printed part for it to go through. Okay, that's print is ready to start. Print. Okay. M2 by 10. Are these only M2s? If these are M2s, then I have M2s. Let me grab some little M2 button heads. Ooh, those are even tinier. I don't want those. Do socket heads in. I was guessing they were M2.5s, but if they're just M2s. Yeah, okay. These are longer. I need shorter. What's the dimension of the expandable cable sleeve you use for the motors? 1/8 inch. So I think it was labeled as 1/8 inch. There we go. I'm gonna replace these so they all match. Replace them so they all match. These are 2mm that are threading in to the board here. The proper screw for the boards for the compute module is you're probably right. It probably is 2.5. But the threads in this Manta E3 EZ appear to be 2mm. See you, Martin. I'm just replacing these others. That print is going. Appears. There we go. Okay, so that's on, and then I think I have. Here's a heat sink. Hi, Dominatarian. Little heat sink to put on here. There we go. Okay, that's good. Let's go back to the documentation and see what else we need to do. Okay, so we installed the CM4. Pay attention to the direction, that's the CB1. USB or UART mode as shown in the figure below. The DPT switch slides to the right to connect the UART pins of the core board and slides to the left to connect the USB function of the core board. When sliding to the right, you can use the micro USB cable to connect with the computer, then the CH340 port will be identified. I think I'm gonna connect with this thing with USB for now, I think. Let's see. VL touch we're not using, auto power off relay we're not using, power off recovery, RGB wiring, we're not going to use that yet. Filament sensor, LCD, you got the GPIO. CR3D Remy, have fun bike riding. DSI, CSI wiring. The mounting screws I got for my CB1 were M2.5. They come with it, but the threads in the E3, in the controller board here, appear to be M2. Okay, when using the CM4, okay, so this is all set up. So we're still on assembly and wiring, so we're gonna switch back over here. So what are we at? This goes in here. This doesn't document, their instructions don't document the can setup at all. But if I go back up, if we go back here, we have FA can is what we're gonna use for our can connection, right? Hey, Ricky B. That should be this guy here. And then there's already a jumper on the 120 ohm resistor there. So. Yep, there's a little jumper right here that's already in place for the 120 ohm resistor. Oh, and here is the can. Okay, so let me see if I can zoom in on this. It's on the pinout PNG, yeah. So FD can has can high and low. That's gonna be these two guys right here. See you, Francois. And then this is the little can. I think this little jumper here is the little can 120 jumper. I cannot get the built-in can to work on my E3 EZ. Got it connected once, then never again. So Tina and Doc here are gonna be a huge help in getting this working, and we're gonna go for it. So, but that won't be this stream. That'll end up being next stream when we do some actual configuration. So right now we need to get back to, we've got a lot of wiring in place. I think I can put the bed on here, move it all the way to the top, and start getting that wiring in here. So let's go with that next. So let me clean up some of my mess here so I can set the printer off to the side. And we'll get the bed down here and get the heater installed on the bed. And yeah. Okay, so this guy is getting to look more and more like a complete printer. I have a package. So I have the newer bed from Fabrico. It has tabs in the back for bed indexing. Okay, so I got a bed here. And then I have a heater over here. So, honey badger heater. Okay, so this would be the top because it's the countersunk holes in the corners. So this would be the bottom that the bed's gonna go on. This is gonna go right like this. Right like that. Okay. Well, let's get this thing on here. Do I have my roller? Yep. Roller. I need some alcohol and Let's use this for a wipe for first try. Do I have a magnet? I need a magnet. I think that's in this box. I've got a magnet here. I want to actually put the magnet on first, I think. So I have a bed, textured, and P series. I love this P series. That looks like a good texture too. Set this aside. Let's put the magnet on first, because when I go to push the magnet on, it's going to be rocking on this heater. So let's do that second. I think that goes on the other side of the bed. So this is going to go right like this on the top side. Yep, I am doing the magnet first. So let's clean this up. Get all my grubby fingerprints off of it. Hey, Mace. Install the guide screws. No, I cut the holes out for the... Oh, you're talking about these screws? I don't think it's... I don't want them to get in the way. I don't think I need to. You dirty. Just clean is fine. This isn't a polished surface to begin with. But we are going to go through until it's clean. Or at least mostly clean. Here, if I set this on here, it is good, but it's not going to be perfect if I rely on the screws. I can see that there's gaps on either side. If I rely on the screws, it's not going to be perfect. If I don't rely on the screws, it's not going to be perfect. So I'm going to use my normal install process. Hey, Dave. I scrub mine with Dawn and red Scotch-Brite pads. I don't have any Scotch-Brite pads handy. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more paper towels and I'll be right back. Here's Dancing Max for you. Okay. Is the stream chat on your Discord also intended for asking questions here? No. So don't expect, I will not be responding. I won't be paying attention to the Discord stream chat. That is just for folks to be able to, if they want to. It's just there. It's not a, and I did find a little bit of Scotch-Brite, so that's not, I won't be paying attention to that. I would expect if you want any attention from me, for it to be in here. And I'm gonna cave to the masses, and I'm going to give this a light once over with this Scotch-Brite. There we go. That make everybody happy? See you, Max. Don't forget Scotch-Brite when played during a recent build. I have not actually used Scotch-Brite on a single plate before. So, yeah, I'm sure you're fine. Woo, extra dirty now. Now I gotta get it all cleaned up. Whew. Extra dirty. There is no chance that I'm going to get a detectable dent in this in running a Scotch-Brite pad over it to the degree I did. Nothing detectable. Don't sandblast it, no. No, don't sandblast it. Okay, one more wipe over. That last one was almost there. William, thanks for the gift of memberships. Aluminum is soft, but do you know how much pressure and how much time you would have to spend to make a detectable dent in aluminum with a Scotch-Brite pad? Aluminum is soft, but it's not that soft. There, I'm gonna call that good. I like to flatten my bed out by dropping it like a bag of ice cubes a few times. Get it really broken up. The magnet, the adhesive, the magnet, the stack up of tolerances on this plate is far more than anything we could do to this. Maybe something like that. So what I do is we set this on here, because otherwise you're just going to see the back of my head. Then we're going to pull off, let's see, make sure, oops, I just knocked my microphone off my pocket. Let's go, pull this off just a bit, like that much. Make sure I didn't introduce any spots. Then we can set this on here. See? You just get my head, so now you get to go here. I'm gonna line everything up side and front, and then I can push this in on the back. Everything's still lined up. That. This build plate comes from Fabrico. This is their newer version. That's perfectly lined up there, perfectly lined up there. Now I can grab my tweezers and start. Now I might have to grab my other tweezers. My tweezers, or if I'm really careful, grab my fingers without touching the build plate. There we go. And then we can start rubbing this. We can go back to this view now. And work our way towards the front. I'll give a good. And that is right on. Right on. Now we can push in the go. Useful for the edges, yeah. Oh, good. Now, break out the part that people love. Push, that's where our indent for the hole is. So now I'm just gonna cut, I kind of cut an X in here. And then kind of work my way, cut each triangle out. See my, keeping the away from the soft bleedy bits, right? And now I can pick these out, and I've got a start for. You typically let the adhesive cure between a stack of books or just ace it? I used to let it cure, but on builds, I just don't have time, and I haven't been bitten by not doing it. I don't really want to use my Noga tool because it's going to make a fairly high angle chamfer. A nice, this doesn't take a lot of pressure, just a little bit of, taking a little bit of this at a time and using the hole inside as the guide. This will turn out really nice. See that? I'm not getting my fingers anywhere near it. See? Not any more? A little bit more coffee. I would not object to the advice of putting this under pressure and giving it time. That is a great idea. I don't on these series because I just don't have time. And it may mean that I have less life out of it, but I haven't actually run into any that failed. I set the ball end of a ball peen hammer over the hole, then hit it with another hammer. It cuts the hole perfectly to the plate. That's a good idea. I don't have that though. There we go. Pipe with a filed sharp edge would do the trick as well. Proper diameter, yeah. Basically a hole punch. Here we go. Pick up all the magnetic pieces. We have a roller press and work. I use it for mag sheets and PI sheet. Works great, yeah. All of them turned out pretty good. Okay, now get that. Wipe this off so I'm not shoving the magnet down into anything. And we'll do the same under here. Okay. Put the build sheet on. It'll be fine. I've got a nice, my surface here is nice. I'd rather not get stuff on the build sheet. Ew. What's the magnet max temp? I threw the little sheet away. Someone can probably say. It's probably what, 150? 130? I don't know what the glue is. It's gonna be between the Curie temperature of the magnet itself and the adhesive that it's stuck on with. Time for what? No, I won't be using RTV on this one, Kyle. $130 continuous, 150 C Curie. Sounds about right. It's much better. Curie is the temperature at which the magnet starts to lose their magnetic properties. Okay, so this, oh, it doesn't actually have a label on what the adhesive is. I was gonna say, what is it? Is it what 3M adhesive is it? Don't know. But this is gonna go like this. So we're gonna do the same method. So that's gonna set on there like that. So we're going to pull this off and fold it. And we can set this on here and get it lined up. Probably go back to here just so you're not staring at the back of my head. And this isn't exactly perfect. It's a silicone cloth mat, but anyway. So we're getting really close. Right, like that. Nope. We're gonna get under here. There we go. Under here. So don't accidentally touch. There we go. Well, that is, something went wonky, but it's going to be okay. It's still within the confines of the bed plate, but something went off when it's perfectly straight along there. It's not back here. But you only get one chance at these, so it'll be fine. I'll show you I'll give you a better view of the wonkiness unless you can see it. It's a little closer over here than over here, but along here is perfect. So I didn't pay enough attention. It is within tolerance. and nothing I can do about it, so I can't. Now I'm pretty sure this right here in this bump is a resettable thermal fuse along with the thermistor. I think. If anybody knows, it'll only bug me forever. It's fine. It does bug me, but it's nothing I can do about it. If you see that along there, I had correct. It's not cut square. Yeah, that's like I was saying, it's a silicone infused fiber mat with wires ran through it. It's still not all the way to the edge, which is good. Just a little bit more gap here than there, but that's square up here. You'll remind me it's wonky? Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, now, how long of screws does that take? Looks like a 10mm screw will be about right. 3x10 button heads. Hi, Charlie. Those corners are in 3x8. Oh, is the head of the screw supposed to hold? I usually do the threads in 3x8 on the other side. I see. In from the top. Okay. I was thinking I usually put them in from the other side on the setups I've done. I get it. That makes sense. That makes sense. So in 3x8s from the top. The head aligns the plate. Yep. Socket head. You ready to go out, Charlie? Yep. Okay. Where did I put this? And I like it. Nice. Okay. I can install this on the printer. So if we go here, maybe here. Something like that. And what do we have? Get rid of some trash here. This is gone. That's gone. This can go back here. Okay, so we have spacers. And what are these? M4? Are those M4s that go into these? Yep. So spacers and M4s. looks like. Now I should be able to kind of hold that up and tighten that to keep it from rotating. Probably do that on all of these. Hold this vertical, tighten that to keep it from rotating. Like that. Hey Chris, welcome. Thanks for being a member. Okay, so those and spacers, and is that it? Is that all I have to worry about for this? I think so. So I'm going to take my build plate off of there for now. This is going to go in here like this. Once you identify a stepper motor pair, doesn't matter what order they go into. It doesn't matter if you have the capability of changing the configuration for direction. As long as you have the pairs matched up, then you should be okay. Okay, so there's a M4 that goes in from the top into a spacer and then into that ball. So that looks correct. What is an M4? Let's put this in about the middle. Yep, just like that. So I'm going to leave that loose and grab a couple more. So, spacer, screw, just like that. And screw, and spacer, and should be right about there. Just like that. And that should now be, yeah, self-centering, self-aligned. Okay. Let's make sure these are an ugga-dugga, probably no more. And now we can get in here and loosen these screws. And probably remove them, right? But I'm just gonna loosen them for now. There we go. Now is that normal? That's quite loose there. Is that, all this is tight? Pretty normal. Okay. There is a magnet that's holding that, trying to hold that down. This is also not lined up, so let's see, something like that. That's not. Measure the thickness of the magnet. Well, let's see, over here, we have got a total thickness of 9.5 millimeters, and the plate itself is 8.2, so it's about 1.3 millimeters is the magnet. I unlocked the balls. I did that. Oh, I meant the spare magnet that is under the console ball. Do I have a spare magnet? I don't have a spare magnet. I would have to take it off. Oh, the mini tank magnet thickness needs to be matched with the mini tank. Oh. So I have to take one of these apart to get to that? And I may have the wrong printed parts then, because that is quite loose. So I may have the wrong printed parts here is what I'm hearing. Doesn't he include a spare in the kit? No, there were only 3. There were only 3 of those. There were 4 of the console balls, console. Hector magnets are 3.5 millimeters thick. Okay, so I need to pull this apart, and that's fine. Let me tighten these up. You probably need the 4 millimeter tanks, might have printed the 5 millimeter tanks. I can pull up what I printed. They are labeled. Okay, let's pull this apart. That's not a problem. That was easy to put together. It'll be easy to put together again. Okay, as long as I don't lose my spacers. As long as I don't lose more than 1 spacer, because I have spares. Let's pull one of these off. Not the tank. What am I looking for? Oh, okay. Not okay. I get what you're saying. Let me look it up. I've got a folder that I printed out of. Hydra. So I printed all the file name was just mini tank. There was nothing else in the file name. So is this something that's may have been updated since I printed this? Is there anything I can measure on here that would give me anything? So the file name I have is just mini tank. That's all I have. Now, I'm pretty sure I exported that from the CAD. So it's very well that I just did the wrong thing, not knowing any better. Because in the CAD, let me open the CAD that I had. Let me close it on the other computer. CAD has a 5 millimeter tanks. Okay, and this needs to be smaller. So that's where our problem is. Okay, well that's good to hear. That's actually good to hear, because that was not okay as it was. Okay, we're gonna leave that there. I need to reprint tanks then. That'll be next stream thing. So let me gather these parts up so I don't lose them. Put them in here. We got other things we can work on. We can put the bed back on next stream. See ya, Shane. What purpose are those mini linear rails holding the bed? I think it's pretty cool. It is, and folks want yellow tanks. Okay, we'll do yellow tanks. This is so that, let's see. This is such that when your bed is extremely articulated, this can move a certain degree and account for that. Okay, yellow tanks are going to be upcoming next stream. Is there, so if I go to, here, let's do this. If I go to, where was that? If I go to the files, Hydra files, and I go in here, is there a file here for 12 by, which one do I want? I think these are those files, probably. As soon as this loads up. Nope, it won't render it. 12 by 4? Okay. Let's just download it. Save as Mercury 1, right there. If the 12 by 3 fit, they will hold tighter, but are probably too tight. I'll print both. I'll print 12 by 3s and 12 by 4s all in one plate. And there's the little guys. Okay, I'll print 12 by 3s and 12 by 4s all on one plate. 12 by 3 right here. Oh, that's 9H. I want 9C, 12 by 3s. Save as 9C, 12 by 4, 12 by 3. Okay. Well, and we can, what is the question on here? How thick these magnets are? 3.5, yeah. 3.5 millimeters. There we go. We'll leave that there. The print finished for the Wagos and the this show should be able to get a good view of this. So this should go on here like that. And then the fan there we go. I had it working, rebooted the printer, now it's not. I'm sorry, Ella. Okay, and then this is going to come down over underneath the board and meet up with the fan connector over here when this finally gets hooked up. And that's going to blow across the board. I'm going to turn the speed on this way down, so it's not going to have a lot of air flowing, but that ought to work well. Okay, and then, I guess I just move this over here. This guy goes right here, it looks like. What is the third, what is this heat set for? Is there a different mount that only has 2 of these? Because really we only need 2. First print on Trident is happening right now, awesome. Don't forget to terminate both ends of the CAN bus with a 120R. Yep, we'll have that on the, it's already terminated on the controller board on the EZ, the E3 EZ. I think I only need 2 of these, so. I first had a 2 and 3, decided 3 was better. but left the other to allow mods. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna put 2 of these in here. Then does that just go in there? Oops, just go in there like that. Does that go up or does that go down? Yeah, it's got to go like that. Okay. Why isn't... There we go. Now it's in there. Couple of M3x8s. Do I have it correct? This would be up. Okay, that's gonna go there. This is all in. Those are all wired. What do we have? We're at 4.5 hours. Let's see about flashing or getting the compute module 4 set up this stream. And then we'll finish wiring and we'll configure next stream. And that'll probably be good for this stream, but let's put an image on the compute module 4. Let's look up, see if we can find the instructions for that. Just the basic image, not about configuring it, but just get it set up and running. So if I go to does Big Tree Tech have instructions on how to set up the compute module? So if we go to, how did you get that CM4? One of our viewers here, Obi-Wan Kenobi, had an extra that he sold me. So he gave me a good deal on it, but he sold it to me. You just sent me, I saw you just sent me a, oh, okay, yeah, yours looks like mine. Perfect. Showing how you use the 2 Wagos, 3 Wagos. Yeah, I think that is gonna be good. The Manta E3 EZ. Let's scroll down. I think the instructions should be here, right? Down, when using CM4, download an image of Fluid main cell directly. Also, you can download a pure OS image from the Raspberry Pi official website and install it yourself. Fluid or main cell. Official image. If using CM4 is slightly different from Raspberry Pi, CM4 needs to refer to the system settings section to enable the system's USB, DSI, and other interfaces. So we have the Raspberry Pi imager. Okay, so let me grab a micro SD card. Where did I put those? I just had them yesterday. Where did I put those? I just had them yesterday. Where did I put them? Where did you go? I had a whole stack of SD cards, blank SD cards. Where did I put them? I just had them. Does anybody know where I put them? I just had them. I just had them. It was literally last night I was messing with stuff. Where did I put those? This is a wonderful game. It does have eMMC. Yep. It's not there. I'm sure I moved them over here. Where at though? I got one more moment of looking, and then I'm gonna go a different route. Okay, I'll find those after stream. What I'm going to do instead is steal the one I was using last night and reflash it. You can use RPi boot and load to eMMC without using SD. You can use RPi boot and load to eMMC. Is that on the... I thought they had an instruction here for... There. No, so eMMC version here. Install RPi boot. Okay. GitHub, Raspberry Pi. Okay, let's do that. Let's save this to that. So we're following the Big Tree Tech instructions here, and they do cover RPi boot, so that's cool. So let's open this and install this. Yes, next, and I think Charlie wants in. Yep. It's so much warmer in the rest of the house than here. Next, I'm just installing this. Installing drivers. It's doing an installing drivers and this stuff. Steve, you need to set 2 jumpers on the flash with RPi boot and RPi imager over USB. Okay. Let's let this extracting driver files. It's installing drivers. See ya, Ella. Have a good day. RPi boot, switch the eMMC boot off switch jumper and connect the CM4 to PC with the USB-C cable while RPi boot command tool is open. Welcome to Windows Pi eMMC flashing. Yeah, we'll get it. I don't know what the USB-C cable is, but there's no C port on here. Let's get this RPi boot installed. It's still working on things. Oh, get some water. Normally a CM4 board connects via USB-C. This does have the eMMC built in, so it's I think it's a 8 GB with eMMC. The instructions reference the normal dock. Okay, next. And finish. Okay, so plug jumpers on 4, 3 to enter boot mode. So this says plug jumpers on 4 and 3 to enter boot mode. Let's see what this looks like. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, 4 and 3 to enter boot mode. Let's see. I'm putting these mini jumpers on here. Okay. Jumpers on 4 and 3 to enter boot mode. Point 2 shows the jumpers. Yep, we're following the instructions. So I very much appreciate everybody knowing what I'm supposed to do and whatever. That's cool. And it's going to be really helpful if I get stuck. But I do want to follow through. Let's see how these instructions work, how well they're done. So far, they're on point with what I'm being told by you folks. So plug the micro USB into the USB port of the computer. In order to avoid problems caused by inefficient, it is recommended to use an external 24-volt power to power the motherboard. So we can do that. Nothing else is plugged in that we really care about, so we're okay. So I had a micro USB cable. Let's grab one. That's this guy. Micro USB cable. And I think run sudo rpyboot or rpyboot exe on Windows, then the EMC will be recognized by the computer. So this should be into the Raspberry Pi port here, not the MCU port, right? This one, not this one over here. Not this one, this one. It doesn't actually clarify that, but I think we're okay. So I think we can plug this in for power. Plug that in. Turn this on. And now the board is getting power. And then I think we can plug this into here. Oh no, that's HDMI. So it's got to be this one. Right there. That's HDMI. This is mini HDMI. That's not USB. So it's got to be that one. And then we start up the rpyboot program. It's waiting, it's reading, cannot open file. You need to format the disk in E before you can use it, is the question. So do I format it? Plug. If RPi reports an error this time, you can try to replug the USB. I think I can format this. Cancel? Cancel? Why? Okay. Do I have anything that shows up? Oh, USB drive E. Now I can use the RPi imager, right? Yeah, because it doesn't, it'll format it. Yeah, it'll format it, so I didn't need to format that. Why did that close? That's weird. That just minimized everything. That was dumb. Okay, so let's follow the directions. There's a mass storage device. The steps of using the RPI imager to write the OS image are the same as the light version. So now we should be able to choose OS. Shaking a window minimizes everything else. I didn't know that. I'd never done that. I've never had that happen. Wow. What is this under? The specific, other specific purpose OS, 3D printing, and main sale. And 64-bit. I know there's some specific issues with that, right? And then the RPI MSD. And then here comes Inspector Charlie. I do not want you in the printer, so let me get this organized here. Inspector Charlie on the case. Use a 32-bit? Why? Okay, you can come up here. And settings. So we're gonna set the host name. Do all this stuff. 64-bit and CAN bus has issues still, I think. Okay, well, we'll not do it then. Okay, what am I gonna call this one? I'm gonna call this Mercury. Mercury 1. And then, so Sage, I'm gonna leave this as Pi. I'm gonna set a password. I'm gonna change that later. We're gonna configure wireless, SB, this is this, and then password. Will this, oh shoot, where do you go? There we are. Password. It doesn't show it anyway. And then US. And we'll set the locale. That's all good. And save. Yep, I did. Save. Okay. You don't need to format it because you will image it. Yep. And I think with all the settings done here, all this good, we should be save and write. And it is writing. Awesome. Didn't have to use the SD card at all. Oh, here's my other spacer. Spacers. I will find the SD cards. They've got to be on the mess that's on my other desk here. There we go. Get the Charlie view. This is quick. This is quick. What size was this thing? Do I have the little box? What exact variant was this? Is this one 16 gig? It's CM4 108016. So that means 16 gig. I saw that, Doc. I'll check it out. I'll check it out after stream. Thank you. It did say 16 gig? Okay. 8 gigs of RAM, 16 gig EEMC. That's the top one, isn't it? With Wi-Fi. Does it say on it what it is? No. Oh, do I need to get a little... I wonder if I'm going to need to get a little antenna. Can be a teaser now, just the URL should not be shared. Oh, okay. Let's check it out. So while we're waiting for this, Doc has sent me a link to tease. Oh, there's a 32 gig version, I see. Doc has sent me a link to tease. So let me copy this. I don't think it'll show because I don't think the URL shows on my, I think I've got it cut out. So. It doesn't come up. It didn't work. It didn't work. Does it work on my other? Yeah, it doesn't come up, Doc. I can't get there. It says not found. See you, Mr. Jada D. The link didn't work. DNS issue over in the US. It just says the requested URL was not found on this server. What is our progress? We're at 25%. They said it was a tease. Yep. We are officially teased. Let's see, what do you folks might be saying in the stream chat? Oh, there's some pokes. Change to sleep mode. See you next stream. See you, Andres. Thank you. 33%. This is a little. What can I do while this is working? We still need to set up our Y end stop. Let's see if I have the printed part for that. What is the, oh my. This, I think, is our Y end stop. Changing this, This is the Y end stop, right? This just goes right here and then gets .32-bit OS cannot address more than 4 gigabytes. There we go. So this is the Y end stop. That goes in there. Crimp the other side of the tool board. I could. I need to figure out exactly where I want that stuff to go. So that's why I'm thinking Y end stop is probably a good something to work on. I don't want to disturb these wires. Let's wrap that up around there. This around here. This, I think, is going to bolt on here such that when that goes there, it triggers, right? Is that how that's supposed to go? Looks like it. Obviously back here a little further. Okay. And that means that's going to come around here. Okay, what do I need to do for wires then? I need them to run all the way back down through here, under here, over to the board. Okay. So we need wire to do that. That's at 51%. That'll work. Hey Pex Peppers, welcome back. Try a different browser, seems to be a redirect caching issue. I tried Edge and Chrome. It does it on both. I already tried that. I tried Edge and Chrome. I could try a Mother's Day festivities, of course. %56%. If I try opening an incognito window, yeah, it doesn't come up. I just tried an incognito window, it doesn't come up. Just now. Okay, we are, where did I just put that wire? We are going to wire up the Y end stop. So I need a bunch of wire. So we are going to go here to here to here to here to here. So that's about one length of the wire. And try again at the end. What do you mean try again at the end? Look in your Wi-Fi router to see if it gave out an IP to the RPi and use the IP. Oh, we're still waiting for this to route. We're trying to access a sneak peek document that is published. We're waiting for the we're looking for things to do while we wait for this to glacially write. This is 67%. Okay, 2 wires here. Oh, wait, it's part of the tease. Let's try again. Oh. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. File not found. Oh. Is it coming up? No, it's not letting me in now. So Doc, I was able to get the next step here. Let me do a quick screenshot here and send it to you. I was able to get the next step, but it's still not letting me in. Let me do, that's fine. Let's do that. And where are you? I just sent you the error I'm getting now. So I'm getting somewhere, but I still don't have access. So. Okay, we are at 80%. Yeah, that's not letting me in, but I can see it. I just don't have access. It looks like 82%. Okay. So we are going to do a little bit of soldering while we wait. This is not great view here. I don't even know where my soldering iron tips are. What in the world? There we are. How are we doing? We've probably dropped off on people, huh? Oh yeah. Fumbling around at the end of stream. We're at 89%. Okay, there's a DNS redirect issue that somebody else's Nextcloud. You can try to clear one of your browser cache in DNS. Well, I mean, I don't know what to do there, Doc. I mean, I've never been to that site before. It's not going to be a cache issue. I'll wait at this point. I've never been to that site, so I don't know how it could be a cache issue. I'm probably not understanding, but we are soldering at this point. While we're still waiting for that, I'm soldering up the Y end stop. It's at 97%, so we're almost there. Do a Control F5 in browser and several times will signal through. There we go. That is soldered. Then I'm going to twist these wires. Went to work, came back, and buddy's still grounding on this printer. Yep. This is the way. This is the way. Okay, that is soldered. So what are we? I mean, I can, let me click on that link, and then what is this? Control F5, huh? Okay, let's give it a try. Let's copy the link. I'm not gonna do this on thing here, but dropping stuff. Get my keyboard. Let's paste it here. And Control F5, huh? I can try a different browser incognito window. Oh, there we are. Okay. Different browser incognito window, it came up. Here we are. Ajax, you missed it all. Clipper firmware. So this is the site that Doc's been trying to get me to. The Big Tree Tech EBB series toolhead board that can communicate via CAN. This guide is tested with the following boards. Nice. We've got, do you want me to stick? I'll stick on this page. Something I noticed with the docs here, this is something I really liked, is at the way they're doing the documentation here is it's actually showing an animation of what you're going to see when you run the commands. I really like that. This looks good. This looks great. Yeah, when you run each command, like this is find the UUID of your EBB. You run it, and this is what it comes through and shows you. I like that. No, it's clean. I like it. Let's see where we're at. Now it's verifying. It's 32% through verifying already. So Can I play around in these other links or just stay on this page? This is a preview, Kevin. It's not ready to share the link. They just gave me the okay to show it. show it on stream, but not the link. I don't have the okay to share the link. It's in progress. So it sounds like I mean, it looks like it's pretty close though. Only the EBB ones are finished enough. Okay. It looks good. I like it. Will this be ready for me to just kind of follow along next stream? Assuming we get to this part next stream. I'm gonna cancel the verify and we're just gonna go for it, huh? There's no reason. I'm gonna cancel it. Can now remove the SD card. I think we're done. So is there going to be a dark mode? I don't know. So if we go to here, we go to Mercury 1 local, does it come up? No, but I probably need to remove those jumpers and reboot it, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and turn this off, unplug this, remove those two jumpers I put in. Here, let's go back to the Clipper docs, I mean the Big Tree Tech docs. Right, when the writing is complete, remove the jumpers from 4 and 3 and then enter the normal working mode after powering on again. Okay, so we're gonna pull these jumpers. And then power it back on. You will need a cable or wireless antenna. You don't think it'll work without a wireless antenna? Where is, I have a, I'm literally 2.5 feet from the access point. There, I'll put the EBB one on there. Let's power it on. I'm gonna have to buy a little Wi-Fi antenna for this then. So I just powered it on. We should be, let's see if we can get to it. Mercury 1 local. ICM4s do pretty good with their onboard Wi-Fi antenna. Should work. You can switch between the internal and external antenna of the CM4s in Linux. See if it just took a little bit for it to boot up. No, not yet. Let me check my router. Let me see. Home. Yeah, okay. Let's see if this comes up. I've got an antenna on it right now. I've got the CB1 antenna on it. Let's see. Clients. Wireless. No, that's devices. I want clients. There we are. Wireless clients. It's not showing up yet. I'm looking for it on my first boot is slow. Yeah. It's still doing it, if it's just being slow. It hasn't shown up on my network yet. I'm looking for it here, though. We've got... We did have... Yeah, we've got a little bit of green flashing light activity. Oh, there it is. Woohoo! We are there. We are there. And is it actually showing up? Yep, it's showing up on my network. I mean, on the report, on the device list. Magic occurs. Let's refresh the update list. Ooh. We're at a little over 5 hours right now. Okay. I do not want to do upgrade all now, right? Because the system packages have a problem in there. Does that problem still exist? We can update individually though. On sale. Moonraker. And main cell itself. Yep, just ran through and did updates on all of them, but the system packages. Does anybody know if that system error is still a problem? Yeah, I'm not gonna update system packages. And I have a very 50, not even a 30,000 foot elevation understanding of this. I have like the 50,000 foot elevation understanding is that there's something in the updates that breaks the USB links. Is that right? So you like devices, your USB, your serial device by ID, those links break, right? Is that what the root problem is with one of these system updates? So you don't want to do system updates right now. The UDEV package. So, breaks the UDEV rules. So just an FYI, if anybody is not aware of that, do not do the system updates in Clipper. Did you edit the Pi setting file to allow for USB ports? I haven't done anything yet. I'll do that next stream when we actually configure. Just figured we'd put the OS on the Pi. Doesn't matter on this new build. Should still work, yeah. The heatsink on here is higher than room temperature. So a little fan is probably not going to be a bad idea. And there are workarounds. So if you did happen to do that, check the mainsail or fluid or whatever your favorite Discord is, probably has a link to a fix. I don't know exactly which update did that. Someone does. I just don't know it off the top of my head. So I think we're gonna call it because we're at 5 hours and 15 minutes now. So we made more progress, more wiring. We have parts. Next stream, we should be able to finish, not finish. I think there's 2 more streams yet. I think next stream we'll be able to finish the assembly, and then the last stream we'll be configuring it and printing with it. So, yeah, be sure everybody's thanks Steve Tufnell, if we would. So thank you everybody. Thanks to Polymaker for the giveaway. Thanks to Fabrico and Big Tree Tech for the build, and huge thanks to Dutch Dude and Turtle and the ZeroG group for the design in the first place. So everybody who became a member or got a gifted memberships, appreciate it. So We will probably do the members stream this month. Not this weekend, but probably the 27th will be the Charlie's Angels stream. I hope to be ready for the Nerf Blaster build by then, because that's what I want to do. So otherwise next weekend we'll continue on this. So we'll see you next Sunday. If you still have some Mother's Day left, hopefully it's a good one for you. Hopefully you had a good one if it's all passed, and hope you have a good week and rest of your weekend. So we'll see you next weekend. Take care. Bye.